Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Y tráiganme al ice ese, que aquí traigo un picahielo para dejárselo ahí. Y es la trompeta, trompeta. Vente, yo sí te sueno.
Desde hace tiempo vi a muchos de mis paisanos que empezaron a pelear por su gente, por su tierra, su familia, por su hogar. Perseguidos y casados por vivir y trabajar. Como si estuviera mal, los empiezan a acosar.
Mi gente dolida, pelea los leonidas. Nadie da un paso atrás, no le importa el rival. Y mi raza unida, muros derribarán. Traigan la trompeta que me la voy a sonar.
Y estás pa' toda la raza que de oro rifa sudor y piel. Pa' toda la banda entera que al extranjero ondea mi bandera. Gracias por manifestarte y demostrar que hay huevos también. Y al que se mete con México se lo dejamos ir enteras.
Y así, puro poder latino de mi raza, mis paisanos, los pibes argentinos y parceros colombianos, mis chilenos hueones y pa' mis causas peruanos, metan garras y puños, los huevos son mexicanos.
¡Latino! Onda, tráeme el ice, que traigo picayelo pa' dejárselo ahí. Onda, tráeme el ice, que traigo picayelo pa' dejárselo, pues yo soy de México, de la raza de México. Hijos del sol, mi bro, de bigote y sombrero, son herencia de Zapata y mi zapato baila el son. Que la vida me toque, bro. Si a los mexas los molestas, pues el mexa toque.
Para el combate, túmbate, me sirve para darle al güey. Le toca el jaque mate para el que se siente muy rey. Aquí no existe debate, mi te lo mereces. Y si no paras tu ataque, magnate, te prende.
Pa' toda mi gente que te va de frente, valiente, de sangre caliente, ardiente, sudor en la frente. El que sostiene con los huevos lo que sale de sus dientes. ¡Latino! Onda, tráeme el ice, que traigo picayelo pa' dejárselo ahí. Onda, tráeme el ice, que traigo picayelo pa' dejárselo, pues yo soy de México, de la raza de México.
Amanece un nuevo día con la noticia que ayer llegó a la nación. En el domingo 8 de junio así se decía, contra el ICE de Trump se armó un agarrón. Trump el güero con su discurso de acero, atacando al paisano con su fiero rencor. Pero el mexicano, valiente y guerrero, le hizo frente al odio sin temor al dolor. Que retumbe el grito por cada frontera, que el mundo fe verdadera, con fuerza y orgullo nadie nos detendrá. Y arrecito con fabla, hola un definido, y tratando yo eso lo fratero mi cuenta. El pueblo azteca que cruza la frontera, buscando un sueño con trabajo y honor, no se doblega ante ninguna quimera, defiende su sangre con fuerza y valor. Las voces unidas de norte a sur sonaban, aquí estamos presentes, no nos vamos a ir. Por los derechos con coraje luchaban, unidos y fuertes para resistir. Que tiemblen los muros, que caigan las rejas, la unión de mi gente no se puede vencer. Que cese la hazaña, se acaben las quejas, México unido con todo su poder. Quería hacer un muro separando familias con cruel realidad, pero el corazón noble del pueblo puro derriba barreras con gran dignidad. Los neoliberales con lengua mordaz a Claudia la culpan de lo que pasó, pero el pueblo sabe la pura verdad. Lucha y defiende a quien se entregó. Así se cuenta lo que ayer sucedió, la unión del paisano que no se dejó contra la injusticia. El grito se oyó y la dignidad al fin se alzó. Que el mundo contemple la fuerza de un pueblo de pie. Los migrantes contra el ICE ellos van por la libertad con coraje y con celo. Este es nuestro canto que siempre vivirá. Que sepa el mundo que en México estamos con nuestros hermanos, con el corazón. Su lucha es la nuestra y no los dejamos. Un solo puño con nuestra nación.
Viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo, el engaño los adornaron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
here we go. Here we go. Okie dokie. Company always does that shit. Whoa. All right, hold on, fam. Let me close this up. Bam. Still does it. It's weird. See, this weird shit. All right, whatever. All right, well, damn, even my background's messed up. Que chinga madre, güey. ¿Qué pasó, güey? It's not working now? Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Okay, let's see. Let me say what's up to y'all real quick. What's up, I need to stop messing up on that, man. My bad. Good to have you here, brother. Good to have you here, too. What's up, bro? Feel it. I thought guys got you, bro. You know, they don't discriminate eventually. I mean, shit. But I'm glad you're here to hate. We need them all the time. Anyways, so I got a something to show you real quick. You know, obviously, you guys saw the label here. Jacob's trouble begins. It's been here since a while, but it's like shit. Things need to be shaken up, I guess. Talked to a brother today, and he's like, I was looking forward for this day for a very long time. It made me think about, man. It made me think about that. It made me think about that for a bit. So before we get going, let's go to it real quick, because I'm going to tackle some things real quick, show you some videos, and then, I'll be out. I don't think I'll be long today. Try not to be, but you know what I'm saying? You know how that goes. But let's begin. Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 7 talks about this. Alas, for that day is great. Hey, damn it. I remember the brother told me, like, I've been looking forward to this day. So that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. See? So, I find it funny that, well, not funny, man, but it was just, lately I've been having conversations with brothers, and then, like they bring up points or topics, and it's like things that I've been either reading about, studying about, and it's like some people want to call it quote unquote frequency, but it's not, it's the spirit. Maybe frequency for you guys, but it's a spirit moving, brothers. Because if we're thinking the same shit and it's just like, randoms, nah, man, it's like consistent stuff. Because it's like, not just one particular brother. I'm talking about several brothers that I talk to. It's like we're kind of in the same mindset on particular topics, similar things going on, man. So something's going on. And I found that interesting, man. So, I wanted to, before we get into the other things, I had told you guys yesterday, and in this channel, man, I am very fair and square, because my job is to identify people. Okay? It's my job. And, some people get offended because they are here to, like, hear good things or nice things, sweet things. Kind of like what, I think, was it Jeremiah 30? Let's see. It's Isaiah 30. Like Isaiah 30, Vernon says, woe to the rebellious children, say the Lord, that take counsel, but not of me, and that cover with a covering, but not of my spirit, that they may add sin unto sin. And he says here, verse 9, that this is a rebellious people, lying children, children that will not hear the law of the Lord. Now, it doesn't mean necessarily only the instructions. It's also talking about the heritage of who we are, which says to the seer, the speaker, so to speak. So, like, for example, me in this case, see not, and to the prophets, prophesy not unto us right things. Don't tell us the truth, man. I don't want to hear that shit. I believe in the 12 tribe. I believe in the white Jesus or the black one or Virgin Mary or Islam. Like, leave me alone. You're just a hater. Speak unto us smooth things. Prophesy deceit. Get out of the way. Turn aside of our path. Cause the Holy One of Israel to cease from among us. And I kept telling you guys, and I'm glad that you brothers have been watching this channel since I started, because I believe that there was a reason for me to come up with that. Well, not come up with it with the Most High, the way it was going, to show you what was going to occur. I told you they're going to turn on you. They're going to turn on you. I told you. You know what I'm saying? I said they're going to turn on you. Hey, remind me to play it at the end. I'll play it at the end.
You know what I'm saying? And, people are like, nah, man, da, da, da. And I said, look, man, these wobbles are going to also start leaning towards BHI stuff. Right now it's just like old world shit, but they're going to start claiming they're Hebrews too. You get what I'm saying? It's just like, wow, bro. So I'm glad that I was able to provide the eyesight, the hindsight, I guess, or whatever, however you put it, discernment, so to speak, of what may occur. Because when we started bringing out books like, for example, this right here, a lot of you just didn't understand what the hell I was talking about. So this is from the Maya conquistadors. Okay. Man, I read this page to you yesterday. This is on page 60. You guys are welcome to get this book, Maya Conquistadors. It's a lot in this book, right? So I showed you guys this page yesterday. This is page 61, and it continues. Now I'm going to target the highlighted sections. So let's read this real quick. Page 161. Now too are these clergymen seen. Their doctrine has the same meaning as that of the Franciscans, Padres. Yet, remember, clergymen seen, their doctrine has the same meaning as that of the Franciscan Padres. Yet, and we are not insulting them. This is, our indigenous gente, right? The Maya brothers. They do not love us, nor are we in their hearts. Furthermore, we are not accustomed to being among them. We have spoken to them only a few times to see this or say that. Neither do they know our language here, nor do we know their Castilian language, Castillajo, Castilian language. Keep this in mind as I'm reading this, because, there's a lot of ignorant or cowards that will only see, that's the white man, that's the white man. No, not at all. Let's continue reading. Nor do they really devote themselves to us. So we're seeing our brothers talking about certain people, clergymen, speaking Castellano. It says, nor do they really devote themselves to us. I'm sorry. Although we need them. Thus do we engage them in vain, meaning like, they're not sincere about it, but we need them and shit, right? But he says, so now we are inquiring and understanding of the way of the black padres.
Where are you?
So we can understand the context. Here, our indigenous brothers is saying that they had Franciscans, and clergymen. But these particular clergymen who also speak Castellano don't have a relationship with us. They don't really care to teach us much, right? So now we are inquiring and understanding of the way of the black padres. You know how Colombiano says black, right? Like that, right? Now, a lot of you are going to sit here and wonder, what does that mean? Okay, so the page before, let me see if I can get it. Give me a second. The page before, which is page 160, is specifying a timeline. Now, for all you young men and women that are still learning, I completely understand. Make sure you don't lose yourself as I'm providing real information, because you and I have been lied to for a very long time. And I'm going to show you how these people, not these specific ones, but as a team, how they're trying to, again, change history. They did it in the 1800s, in 1865. After that, they did it in 1900 with Woodrow Wilson, and they're doing it today with Project 2025. So again, and a video is going to show how they're going to take away the history and change it and make it look like it's just completely like it's all good and beautiful and perfect. As time has gone on, things have changed, meaning lies have been brought to us. And unless we go back and study, they're going to get rid of all these books. I'm telling you, family, they're getting rid of books already. As you know me, I search for shit. They're getting rid of books. Now, in 1567, letter from the Pech and the other Batabob and the Maya officials of the Merida region to the king of Spain. Merida region, okay? Kind of Yucatan area, in case you don't know. And here it says basically the similar thing. Because it is truly necessary. It's okay, let me go back up so you can see what I'm saying. He says, here then we speak. There is truly a great need here in the province of Yucatan. By the way, it's Yucatan. Let's just continue though, for the sake of time. For Franciscan padres, for us, I'm sorry, let me start again. There's truly a great need here in the province of Yucatan for Franciscan padres for us, so that they might tell us the word of Dios, the word of God, which is the Christian doctrine, as it is called. And so that they might say mass for us to watch, and so they might preach to us in the language of hear the word of our Creator. So here our gente wanted to hear the word, like it's a spiritual thing. Remember, the flesh profited nothing. It's the spirit that quickened it. Remember that. We've always carried this, family. That's why we were so much caught up in Christianity, idolatry, Catholicism, Virgin Mary, all of that stuff, because they also use our own history, spiritually speaking, to confuse us as well. And in this channel, I've been proving this. There's no doubt. Anybody wants to question it, watch the videos. There's 600 and something for you guys to learn some shit. Because it is, it says here, which is the gospel, as the Spaniards call it, because it is truly necessary that they come into our district. For it happened that since the arrival of the bishop whom you sent, named Fray Francisco Toral, he brought and distributed black padres. They are falsely named clergymen. He then appointed them to take care of a kahab within our district, that they might speak the word of Dios to us, and also so that they might say mass for us to watch. So again, 1567. So it wasn't just Europeans that were teaching us Christianity. It was black folks, Africans, teaching us Christianity. Do you understand what this means? That 1619 concept that America has taught us, North America, because, it's a checkerboard that's working together, it's total BS. No disrespect for any of you guys that are lost in the sauce in that story, but see, us that are actually not just stuck in this North American mind, we do read books from Central, South America, as well as North, in English and in Spanish. And if possible, in Portuguese, if we really try hard to break that shit down. Because all it takes is a little translation, and that's it. Because I've actually done it. Not that many, but I've done it a few times, just to understand exactly how to find other books. So then here we see, okay, so black padres are teaching us the Bible, but okay, sounds good. Let's continue, though. Let's continue. This is page, let's see, 262. And it continues. It says, they're used to doing that kind of thing, nor does anything arrest their hearts. But these oppressive clergymen get really angry at us while forcing us to work in their homes, doing whatever they tell us to. Sounds familiar? For those black men have their own homes. So this goes to you BHIs. I thought that you guys came here in 1619 and the white man taught you Christianity. That was the story. Correct, family? Or am I wrong? That's how I understood, that the white man came, enslaved us, took our land, brought black people here, and now we're light-skinned because of them. That's what they said. And Christianity came from them. That's what they said. North America, that's what they said. And that's what the whole world started to kind of believe until, because I believe that the other countries that provide this material, they don't really speak up on it. Like, they don't really speak against the theory that North America and its people have created, the fantasy, the Matrix. They made you guys believe something so fucking real that you just can't believe that it's a lie. So let's continue. Okay, so these black men have their own homes and servants and their own horses and rabbits. This is in 1567. Now, remember, family, in 1531, Zumarraga made sure that we did not read or write or learn anything about the Bible. They only taught us the Christian compendium, Ave Maria, Padre Nuestro, Diez Mandamientos, Rosario, and then some other, Ave Maria, Diez Mandamientos, Padre Nuestro. There's a couple ones. So as we are not being told what to learn, like these guys are not teaching us the word, right? So Marraga made sure that there was no book printed that we would ever get a hold of. So who was working together, family? Is somebody going to sit here and tell me all of a sudden that I'm lying, that I made this book up, that it's not true? It's called Maya Conquistador. It's happened in Mexico, cabrones. Do you understand what it means? This happened in Mexico, güeyes. It didn't happen in South or in the North or in the East or in Cali. This happened in Mexico, Centro, like Yucatan area. It wasn't just white folks. And they definitely weren't the only colonizers. We had, since 1492, white and black colonizers. Yes, those are facts. And if it hurts your feelings, I'm glad you're here and still watching. Because that's what you're supposed to do, is absorb the truth. Because that shit ain't easy. Truth is never easy to chew on. They had their own homes and servants, their own horses and rabbits. Furthermore, as they have settled in our kahab, we are providing them with food and household goods. They have neither paid a thing. Holy shit. Nor do we ask them to, and remember that part. Nor do we ask them to, because this goes to the topic in a sense, because this is not what only my interest. I'm going to go pretty further into these two characters here. But I'm setting a precedent. Because, I keep hearing these videos like people, our gente is asking for help. Let me remind you that we've been getting not me, you know what I mean? But I came in the 80s, right? You're my U.S. citizen. Thank to my father, my mother. Thank you. They worked hard to get us to that point. But I remember growing up in the 80s and deportation was common in the 70s, in the 60s, in the 40s, in the 50s. Deportation has been common to us. It's not uncommon. So nor will we ever ask anybody for help. This is nothing new under the sun. You know who is asking for help? The Cuban bees, the Nicaraguenses, and the Salvadoreños. They're asking for help. So before you go and generalize some shit, make sure you guys know what you're talking about. And make sure that before you forget who you are, because punishment is coming back to you both, especially everybody in Psalms 83, but specifically you too. Because remember, we had Christian doctrine teaching us some bullshit, and now we get some kind of black Hebrew Israelism claiming that, it was just the Edomite. We had nothing to do with it. Oh, just one black conquistador. No, man. There was hundreds of y'all. And hundreds of you, like priests, padres, teaching us the Bible. So if you're in slavery, how is it that you were a priest? You see what I'm saying? And I'm going to tell you, family, this is why my channel don't grow, because this shit is painful to a lot of you that are wishing that this was a Troll Tribe Chart channel. Oh, yeah, black and brown. Now, man, you guys have no idea of your history. This, what I should always say is it's white and black, man. It's a white and black thing. The moment Raza, or so-called Hispanics, decided to vote, look what happened. I told you to stay the hell out of it. You didn't want to believe me. For they are ashamed of us. That says here, furthermore, as they have settled in the kahab, we are providing them with food and household goods. They have neither paid a thing, nor do we ask them to. For they are ashamed of us and afraid of us too, which basically sounds to me till this very day. Although they are the Ka guardians and are given the responsibility and are asked to go to each Ka, and as they are not paid by the Bishop Ka, the burden of it is given to us. But there's no salary. So now we give them much food and they do not pay us. We now pay them well and fully to be guardians of many Kahabs. Meanwhile, may you reimburse us, you great reigning ruler, with whatever the bishop that is here in the province of Yucatan orders. May you, the governor Don Luis Cespede de Oviedo, see that we do not have many things, for we are always being robbed by them, of course. This is the very reason why there is discord. Thank you. There's discord. Okay? With the bishop that is here in the province, and discord with all the black padres.
It's gonna hurt! Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Let's continue. Got one more page to tackle. So now we stay here. We'll go up here. These ones should be those who go, and because they really know us, they who were here previously, and they really had just taken to speaking Maya, and because they know what we need in order to be worthy before Dios. And it was good, and it would be good for the rest of them to come too, to be interested, distributed among us. So who will now be given unto us who truly wishes to teach in our language here? So we're asking for guidance, spiritual guidance, family. You see this? It's never ended. We have never lost that spirit because they should come every day. It would not be good for them to desire money. Then he goes on and says, it should not be the black close padres. They really take money. They really ask for a great deal of money. They drive us mad over money. Therefore, these words that we say to you, these are not lies, for this is the real truth. We will prove it, for there were many black padres, 21, that came with the Spaniards, and not one of them knew our language here. Only one of them did. But that padre who entered did not teach, for at that time there were no elders, religious boys, because that's what they did, destroyed our elderly, so we not know who the hell we were. They traded in our other kahab. Moreover, they wished to say little. The black padres, those black ones, they hated us. Do you understand that? And here's my point. This is why Edom and Canaan, man,
Hi there,
Edom.
it's Dr. Chad Walding.
First of all, I don't even know why you're well, I know why you're supporting it. Because you're part of the wicked realm. And here's the funny part, family. So, because I have a book to show you. And then to me, it's just amazing. You know? Matter of fact, let me show you now. Let me show you right now, okay? Because you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. And this is not the entire topic. I'm tackling little things at once. This is from a book that I have. It's called the Historizing Black Indian Relations in Virginia. Okay? So now I'll read it from the top so you can understand exactly what it says. It says, when an OMI list must be expanded to include a fourth consequence of racial dictatorship, that of blood politics, which unevenly define the criteria for black, quote unquote, and native categories, resist to aiding human bodies and social structures, which often resulted in the disruption of family units and as described by Ellison. America's racial formation project has been widely based on the Anglo-Saxon fixation with quote-unquote blackness, resulting in a tendency to define all part African persons by their degree of blackness, rather than by their entire ancestry. You see what I'm saying? So if you look anywhere near, that's basically what they would consider you. If you had those features, that's what technically you were, okay? Even though your dad, like Bob Marley, his dad is white, but yet he looks like a quote-unquote African, which means that they would consider that. Throughout the American history, a person's legal status has been based on the percentage of perceived blackness beginning at 1/8, which later increased to 1/4. By the 20th century was defined by any ascertainable amount of Negro blood, quote unquote. Hence, black identity became largely defined by what socialists call the law of hypodescent, popularly known as the one-drop rule. In other words, one drop Negro blood makes a person Negro, negating all the other ancestries, which you guys could have been white, Asian, some other shit. And yet, you know, as long as you even had one, you looked like one, you were one. Now check this out. On the contrary, American Indian identity not only required an absence of African ancestry, but it also comprised a blood quantum requirement, a substantial amount of Indian ancestry in order for an individual or a tribe to be considered authentic. As Karen Blue aptly stated, it may only take one drop of black blood to make a person a Negro, but it takes a lot of Indian blood to make a person a real Indian.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Ain't that the truth? consequently, the process of defining who was black and who was Indian took two opposite extremes. Why am I saying this? Because of this.
That they are arguing with black people, but their fight is really within their own community. Y'all know him? How about now?
That's that Cuban B dude, right? So now, in case you people don't realize, Latino Hispanic is a social construct. It's something that you guys created, your own little groups. Yeah, you keep pointing the finger, you stupid ass. You don't even know what you're talking about, and let alone the one on the left. So I remember hearing left and right all the time. Puerto Ricans, Cubans, and Dominicans are just Africans who think they're Hispanic. Right? That's all I heard. So now, she goes and says that supposedly the Latino problem is internal. That we should, I don't know what's going on. Maybe TikTok's doing some crazy shit. I don't know. But see, us indigenous brothers and sisters, we know that that dude was never no Hispanic, no indigenous. We knew that he was mostly African descent. So in reality, let me just clear this up, because you're going to say it yourself that he's Afro-Cuban. Afro-Cuban?
Who are you?
So that means he's not indigenous whatsoever. You get what I'm saying? Because Cuban is a social construct, but definitely Afro is not. So here's the point. He is a so-called African American by descent that happens to be born in an island which was named by you people, Cuba. Now, I know it hurts a lot of people's feelings because people were here watching it, man. And as soon as I got deep on this stuff, you guys ran. It's okay. I'm not here to, rub your butt to make you feel comfortable and shit. That's not my job. Truth hurts, and you need to live with it. Here's my point, though.
Y'all know him. This is the leader of the Proud Boys, and I'm just here to remind you. His name is Enrique Tarrio.
You see the ignorance? It's either ignorance, stupidity, or I don't know which one. So she thinks that because of his last name and first name, that he's no longer African, even though she shows a picture of her claiming that he's African. See what I'm saying? Let's continue.
That's right. He's a Latino.
He's a Latino because of the last name. But yet he, watch, listen.
And the word on the curb is that the group of people that he leads, the Proud Boys, the white supremacist group, yeah, they're working with Donald Trump and ICE to round up undocumented immigrants. And I use quotes because they say they're undocumented, but we know that they are meeting these people down at their core.
Okay, so let me just say this. I told you guys, there's nothing new under the sun, man. You know what I'm saying, family? I told you guys these were Proud Boys, these were brown shirts. I've been telling you this shit for a while already. Let's continue.
Court hearings as they are legally trying to do things the right way. We know they aren't just out there looking for gang members or criminals because they are showing up at these people's jobs to arrest them, to deport them. Yeah, the word on the curb is that his white supremacist group, the Proud Boys, is working with ICE and Donald Trump to deport other Latinos. Yeah, Enrique Tarrio. That's the word on the curb. Yeah. And if the name...
And here we go right here. So here's why it was important. It's important to show you guys this material type of book here. It may take only one drop of black blood to make a person Negro, but it takes a lot of Indian blood to make a person a real Indian. Consequently, the process of defining who was black and who was Indian took two opposite extremes. Here we see an individual claiming that he's a Latino, right? All of a sudden, he's not African, though, even though she says right there he's African. But because he has Tarrio as a last name, he's a Latino, meaning that he's a indigenous. He ain't my people. We always known that he was your gente. You guys even say it yourselves. Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, and Cubans are basically black folks that think they're Latinos. Now you don't want to take ownership? You don't want to take ownership because his name is Tarrio, who is African. And you're saying he's Latino. Do you understand now, family, how detrimental that Latino word, Hispanic word is, and how convenient it is for certain people? That when it's convenient for you, then you want to be that? Very convenient. Let's continue.
Name didn't give it away, Enrique Tarrio. He's Afro-Cuban. How did he get his start? He got his start because he ran for public office down there in Miami. He lost his race. And then he started the organization Latinos for Trump. Yeah.
You see how people can use the word Latino. Now, in case you don't know, the word Latino technically does apply to them. In case you didn't know that. I know you're going to be like, what are you talking about, man? He got talking shit. You're so full of hate, man. It's funny, bad. I just fucking trip out on you guys that say shit like that. Let me show you some stuff real quick. Let's see. Let me see if I can get it. I'll just show you a couple. I ran into this a long time ago, and I brushed on it probably like 3 years ago, 3 years ago, maybe. So let's look up the word Latino, or should we say Ladino? Yeah, like Ladino. Yeah, Ladino. You see, it says here, colonial people often use the term Ladino and Españolado in reference to Spanish-speaking Indians, right? Supposedly. But this terminology of Ladino has a root. This is another book, Maya 265. Check this out. My bad. It says here, the term Ladino includes all non-Indians, from Caribbean blacks to German coffee planters, though most are physically mestizos.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So in reality, if you look at history without being ignorant, he is technically true a Latino, because that applies to Africans. Let me see. Good to have you here, by the way, brother. Puerto Ricans and Cubans are not black. They're indigenous and mixed Ricans, Cubans. Well, yeah, no. Just watch the class. Watch the class. You'll find out what we talk about. You'll know what we talk about. That's right, bro. That's exactly right. Hey, light and knowledge. Brother Waracuya, he's Dominican. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, he understands what we want to talk about. Just stick around for a second. You'll see my angle. Let's go.
Enrique Tarrio started that group. And then he moved on to create.
So, by the way, let's remind ourselves, where did the Spanish names come from? Spain, right? What did the Spaniards look like? A lot of us are going to assume, they were just white. No, I'm going to show you some, right? And she also says that he's African. And we know now through history that Latino came from the word Ladino, which was non-Indians, most likely blacks. Caribbeans, you know what I'm saying? Like that. That's what I'm saying. Ladino. That's where the word came from. So, dear black people, Latino technically applies to you guys. And then you wanted to rub it on the indigenous gente. And then our indigenous gente, like stupid ass, is like, oh yeah, I'll use that word. Like, you stupid, bro. That's why Reagan named you Hispanics and named them Latinos. But let's continue.
Create the white supremacist terrorist group, the Proud Boys. Yeah, that group that terrorizes black people, yeah, he's the leader of that group.
So your own people is terrorizing you. That happens to have a Spanish last name, which does not belong to Mexico, nor Central, nor South America, nor the Caribbeans. It comes from Spain. Nah, hell no, bro. You crazy. Fuck no. Hell no, dog. No, hell no, man. I got love for our people here. Our people are native indigenous here in this land, this continent. I got mad love for y'all. Let's continue.
And now he and his group are terrorizing the members within their own community. And yet, they've got all the smoke for black Americans who stood 10 toes down with them on November 5th. They've got all the smoke for black people, but none of the smoke for all of these people within their own community that are causing them.
Can I remind you, in 1917, when we were getting fumigated black folks, did you guys help us out at all? In 1920, 1930, when we were getting deported, like Operation Wetback, did you guys ever care at all? What about the Bracero program? Did you stand up for us at all? No, you didn't. Matter of fact, when you started doing the civil rights, did you even include Airbus at all? No, matter of fact, Brown Beret kind of like sided with it eventually. They wanted to stick to y'all. But eventually, it was never about anybody but yourselves. And let me remind you, raza, indigenous gente, whether Mexica, Taino, Arawak, we don't ask people for help. Do you understand that? We've been going through this shit forever. This is nothing new for us. We know what our gente struggles with. So let me remind you guys of why history is so important. History is important because the checkerboard is interesting. The checkerboard is interesting. Wait,
ocurrió un fenómeno.
Hey, calmado, güey. Hey, hold on, bro. Can you slow down and shit? Okay, so let me show you this video because I remember I was mentioning it to you guys the other day. So let's listen to this. It says here, los primeros esclavos fueron blancos y los primeros negros conquistadores. Do you understand that? You hear what you guys hear what he's saying? So let's listen. We're going to listen to this a couple times. Listen to what he says.
Y entonces ocurre un fenómeno. Se descubre América. Los primeros esclavos que van al Nuevo Mundo son blancos. Sí, señor, blancos. Y los primeros negros que van al Nuevo Mundo son esos que tenían ya 50 años o más de presencia.
See? So these Negro black colonizers, they were well-aged. They were like my age. You see this? This is how they dress, family. This is how they dress.
Are you?
See? Take a good look at that right there. These are the people that were coming here, burning us. You think I'm kidding? You see, when you hear history for what it is, it's painful. Because we've been told something that was never true. So now, this is why they're in a conundrum between a rock and a hard place. You see, the white man don't want to admit that the black man technically had him first. And now the black man don't want to admit that they were part of the slavery. So let's go back again. Because I know this is painful, but I'm glad you're hearing it. For you 12 individuals that are listening, man, I'm thankful that you're sticking around and listening. Because this isn't hate talk. These are facts. This is what happened to our indigenous Taino brothers, our Arawak brothers and sisters, our Mexica brothers and sisters, our brothers down in the South. It happened to all of us. Now, we were told that it was gringos, cabrones, ¿verdad? With those güeros con ojos verdes. Nah, homie. It was never like that, fam. Why do you think they invented that 12-tribe chart? The white man couldn't do it with white Jesus. They thought they could use a black one again.
Y entonces ocurre un fenómeno. Se descubre América. Los primeros esclavos que van al Nuevo Mundo son blancos. Sí, señor, blancos. Y los primeros negros que van al Nuevo Mundo son esos que tenían ya 50 años o más de presencia renovada y que eran negros ladinos y preparados militarmente para la conquista.
One second, what word are we saying? What word are we looking at right now, family? This is why I like to take my time and you know what I mean? Kind of go page per page, layer by layer. She's talking about Latinos, right? Tario, Afro, and they remain black Latinos and military prepared. What happened in 1619? What happened to all of that? So you telling me that was never true? Because I keep hearing about, oh shit, you know, the white man did this, the white man did that. When are we gonna actually admit that a lot of us don't know what the fuck we're talking about? And if you're not an adult and you're watching this channel, you're gonna get emotional. And I appreciate you brothers and sisters that have been supporting this channel since 2022, man. That's love, bro. My message has never changed. Never. If you guys are new to this channel, this message has never changed because I know exactly what went on, and I'm willing to embrace it and accept it and share it without hate, just facts. Because now this brings me closer to my indigenous gente. Now I understand that it wasn't just certain people. Now we know that this scripture that talks about several nations are going to come against us.
En la capitulación de Toledo, que firma Francisco Pizarro en Toledo con la reina Juana, en el 29, otro sí, pide 50 esclavos, entre los cuales debe haber un tercio de hembras, y se aprobó. Esos eran negros ladinos.
You see that? It was approved. She needed more slaves with indentured servitude, which we talked about, and they obviously took women to make sure that, you know what I'm saying, they didn't get all lonely and shit.
Eran negros ladinos. Y estos negros ladinos ayudaron a la conquista.
Hold on a second. Then he said, these are negro ladinos. That's where the word Latino comes from. Okay? Dear Black America or white America, that's where the word Latino comes from Black Ladinos, Spaniards that happened to be black, that spoke Castellano, that were African, this African of blood, but born in Spain or grew up in Spain. So before you guys go around and calling us conquistadors, you should really consider exactly who you're calling conquistador, because it's always about projection with you two nations. Let's continue, man, because this is getting really interesting.
Esos eran negros ladinos. Y estos negros ladinos ayudaron a la conquista y recibieron los mismos honores o los mismos castigos cuando los indios vencieron.
That's Nate the Snake from IUIC, bro, right there. You see that right there? Nate the Snake came back and created IUIC to have you spiritually enslaved like he was the original Negro colonizer. He's still a Negro colonizer, which is why he called you guys wetbacks. You don't think so? I'll show you right now, because I know that sometimes you guys need to see stuff to believe it. For some reason, I don't know why, but I guess it is true.
Put up themselves on Facebook under women's names. It'll be a man posing as a female.
Yes.
You know who you are. Posing as a female.
Yes.
The conquistador doing that too. Posing as a female on Facebook and saying, yeah, I am IUIC.
Conquistador.
Pictures of us.
Right.
I am this, I am that. You think you slick? You know
okay. All of a sudden, these memes come up where everybody picture and stuff typed on it. You started that. We know who you are. You edited video to lie on me. That trend started by you.
That's the Weasel. The Weasel.
That's right. Okay, the conquistador.
Yes. Wow. And guess what, Wetback? We know who you are too. You ain't going to escape. God got your judgment for you.
Everybody laughed. Look at them. You see? And then they call us conquistadors. So let's go back a little bit. Who are the real original conquistadors? Colonizers. So that young kid that does like, oh, white tea colonizer. Okay, you're either a coward or you're ignorant. So stop being ignorant, because I don't think you're a coward, kid.
Y entonces ocurre un fenómeno. Se descubre América. Los primeros esclavos que van al Nuevo Mundo son blancos. Sí, señor, blancos. Y los primeros negros que van al Nuevo Mundo son esos que tenían ya 50 años o...
These were grown-ass men coming in 1492, family. Do you understand that? So these guys were born in 1420, 1440, 1450. You know, they weren't all 50 years old. Some of them were a little older. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sorry. Let me go back. 1440, round that about, right? 1440. So you see how the Spaniards and the Africans were always dealing with each other? Exactly how does the Bible apply to you when it says that you would be enslaved by a nation that you've never known, that your fathers haven't known, a religion that you've never known, wood and stone that you've never known, but yet you knew them entirely. So that BHI 12-type chart that you guys have in your wall, if you're still believing and you watch this channel, throw that shit away. seriously, man, throw that fucking thing away, bro. That shit is destroying you. That's worse than the Virgin Mary. At least you're kind of trying to believe in something, but that shit is like, bro, you're trying to go to Canaan. You're crazy.
Más de presencia renovada y que eran negros ladinos y preparados militarmente para la conquista.
Negros Latinos prepared. Black Latinos prepared for the conquest of the Americas. Listen, I'll let anybody come in here except some, dumbass fool that just does not want to listen. Prove me wrong that this isn't true. Because Deuteronomy 28 said this right here. It said that 28:64. It said, "And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from one end of the earth even unto another, and there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy father have known, even wood and stone." Verse 36. "And the Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee, unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, and there thou shalt serve other gods, wood and stone." Then it says in verse 49, "The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand." BHI, you knew them, you helped them, you worked with them, you spoke French, Dutch, English, Spanish, Portuguese. You said you ruled Europe too, so guess what? Now we know why the Christians initially, British, kicked your asses out. And then you came here, which is why we read the book, The Jews and the Muslims of British Columbia, correct? Here we go, bro. We're getting close now. We are starting to see the veil kind of peel off. Or some of you that don't want to see it, it's okay. Stick around. Maybe just maybe the Most High is talking to you.
En la capitulación de Toledo, que firma Francisco Pizarro en Toledo con la reina Juana, en el 29, otro sí, pide 50 esclavos, entre los cuales debe haber un tercio de hembras, y se aprobó. Esos eran negros ladinos.
You see the two-headed eagle, right? The two-headed eagle. Republicans and Democrats. Isn't that usually black and white? Let's continue.
Y estos negros ladinos ayudaron a la conquista y recibieron los mismos honores o los mismos castigos cuando los indios vencieron que los españoles. Pero los primeros esclavos fueron blancos, porque la esclavitud no reconocía color hasta esa época. Y la prueba está.
Because slavery did not recognize color around 1492. It didn't give a hell what you were. Brown, black, white, didn't care. You're a slave. But keep in mind, remember the history that we were told. This is not the history that we were told. So when you guys are over there trying to say, yeah, brown and black, really? But you don't want to say, no, hold on. Let me rephrase it. Let me phrase it properly. For you that want to say, hey, white and brown, or I'm Hispanic, I trust more white people than black folks, or I'm Raza Holmes, I trust more black people than white folks. Do you realize what you're doing? This has been a game the entire time. That's why they say the world is a stage. Once you start understanding the matrix of what it really is, and you start looking at people for who they truly are, then you can really define and actually respect individuals and love your indigenous people. Let's continue.
En el siglo XIII, cuando Alfonso X el Sabio redacta las 7 partidas, en una de ellas, tomando quizá algo del Código Justiniano, dice que no es de natura esclavizar a otro hombre. Entonces la esclavitud casi estaba abolida. Revive con el descubrimiento de América y sin noción de lo que iba a hacer esto se mandan blancos. Ahora, no vamos a decir que los blancos llegaron encadenados. Se mandaban a los blancos por castigos, se sacaban de las cárceles, porque estaban en la inopia y iban en una forma de contratos temporales que ellos mismos.
That right there? Look at this picture.
En la inopia iban en una forma
Come on. Look, you see this picture now? Come on, BHI. You telling me you didn't know this shit? You know how you guys like to call the Northern Kingdom silly doves? You really let a silly dove teach your history? It's like in Spanish we say, te saqué todo el trapo del piso, cabrón. There's absolutely no facts in what you guys are teaching. Zero. Prove me wrong. There's a link.
De contratos temporales que ellos mismos pudieran manumitirse y 1000 formas diferentes para esclavitud.
It's time to start speaking truth, fam. And for you guys that want to say, oh, well, Hispanic people, indigenous people also help. Okay, but let me show you something. Thank you, brother, for sending this. This is kind of a minute long, but hopefully they don't say anything because you can't really see it. This is from a series that he was telling me. Apparently, what the brother was talking about is that one of our gente, just for the sake of not, fighting back, he sided with the foreigners. And at the end of the day, they killed his family. You know what I'm saying? And they end up putting him in jail. So they basically deceived him. So this sister's here saying, like, you're an asshole, bro. So check it out.
Fuck yourself. That gold is ours. And we don't have to pay fucking tax.
Tomorrow you'll be hanged in front of all of your people. That'll teach you fucking greasers.
Yeah, everybody needs to flush that shit. Matter of fact, if I were you, bro, anybody who has that 12-type chart and you understand what I'm talking about and you had it in your home, burn it, record it, and put it on TikTok. Seriously, that shit is trash. That is wicked. Those are demons. If you don't like it, oh well.
What the hell are you doing here?
They want to try and take our land.
So he first sided with the foreigners, and she never did, and she's in jail already. And they eventually put his ass in jail, and she's like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" He's like, "They're trying to take our lands." Oh, you just found out, you stupid ass. Let's continue.
So now that is your land, you found the courage to fight.
You see what I'm talking about, family? This is what I mean. See, I'm not doing this because it pertains to my family. I have no bad experiences with any nationality, none whatsoever. Like I'm not like, oh, Weddles did this to me. Oh, they were always pulling me over, or Asians this, or blacks were doing that. Nah, man, I did not grow up that way at all. I don't have any of that in my spirit to see suffering just because of a certain just because you look a certain way. Like I don't even understand that shit. What I care about is facts. What I care about is history. What I care about is the fact that people have been lying to us for a long fucking time. And only in the last 75, 80 years have we been learning how to read and write. In case you guys don't know, those are facts. In Mexico, Central and South America, that's exactly what occurred, because we were still being prohibited from reading and writing in 1900. In 1905, our literacy rate starting in Mexico was about maybe 5%, fam. Only in the last, I'll give you 100 years, have we actually had the chance to learn how to fucking read and write. Lost the war because of cowards like you. They don't keep it real. That think that, oh, as long as I side with a certain group, I'll be okay because the other group will embrace me. No, they ain't.
Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what is all of ours. All that matters is what is yours. Are they hanging you? I hope those lashes teach you a lesson or something, hombre.
Listen to what she says at the end. Very powerful.
That they're the ones in charge.
The cowardice is the biggest enemy of the people.
That cowardness is the worst enemy of the people.
Que alguien me explique. Who are you?
if I would have never started this channel because I was too afraid to lose my friends or to not be accepted by certain groups, or because, maybe I'm believing the wrong thing. You guys, I don't know, bro. Because we have brothers out there that are doing their part. I don't take credit for being the way I am, but I will tell you, at least I'll be boastful for now. Nobody has brought out this information like I have. And that's a fact. Cowardness is the worst enemy of our people. When you know the truth and you don't want to admit it because you're too afraid to lose friends, then you're selfish. And you ain't thinking about no one else but yourself. Anyhow, now, let me show you this real quick. Because there's posters. And then we'll move on. Because, you know what I'm saying? I think they're butthurt now. Just to summarize. This right here is the number and distribution of black slave holdings. On January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, thus initiating the legal process to free the slaves in the rebelling southern states and eventually to eliminate chattel slavery in North America. The ramifications of Lincoln's proclamation affected not only thousands of white slave masters, but hundreds. Let me read that again. The ramification of Lincoln's proclamation affected not only thousands of white slave masters, but hundreds of black slaveholders. In Charleston City, Charleston White, whatever his name is, that fucking Confederate skinny Canaanite. In Charleston City, for example, there were 91 free black masters who owned 268 slaves when President Lincoln signed that historic document. Upon the conclusion of the Civil War, more than 75 black masters in that city were instructed to free their slaves, who numbered 241 bondmen. The total number of black slavers during the war was a fraction of the total slaveholdings community in African American over the slavery in the year Southern Carolina. That's just one state, by the way. North Carolina, you got Florida, you got Louisiana, you got, you got Georgia, blah, blah, blah. In 1860, the number of black slave masters was reported to be 171 persons. 1860, fam, they got here in 1492. Who held 760 slaves in the state. By 1860, the phenomenon of black slave holdings was declining. In fact, between 1850 and 1860, the number of colored masters decreased by 42.4%, while the number of slaves declined by 40%. Yet before the sixth federal census, free black slave holdings was by no means a diminishing enterprise, but a growing trend which peaked in 1840.
That's right. Oh, that's gotta hurt!
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
We don't bullshit in this channel. We don't have time for that. Because this is exactly what's going on to our gente. These are the things that are occurring. Let's see if I can get that. Hold on a second. Let me get that video. I know you guys think it's a joke. All of a sudden that, what do you call it? Where's the video? Give me a second. All of a sudden, that's weird, man. Because I just find it so interesting that even since you're not the show, you still want to be the show. It just doesn't end with certain people, gente. Certain people are just structured that way. They have this way of being. When you're trying to claim something that you're not, that's a problem. When you know that you are from a particular history, it's like me saying, let's say for example, I looked like totally Asian, right? Like I'm Asian, like total Asian, and I say I'm not. I say, nah, man, I'm an African. I'm from Africa. Technically, Asians are Africans. They kicked us out and sent us to East Asia. You know what I'm saying? Because look, you know what I'm saying? I got thick lips and a white nose and shit. So, you know what I mean? Like, but we were really over there and they sent us over here. And like, what kind of mindset is that? Yet there are people here in this continent that have no idea who they are, have no clue why these things keep occurring to them, have no understanding as to how they became illegal aliens, so to speak. Or what they call us as wetbags, spics, beaners, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's very convenient for these two societies to be here, especially the Arabs. Arabs, I didn't get away, man. I'm coming at you next. Don't even trip. I got you next, Ishmaelites. I got you next. I like to walk down the hill. I don't run down the hill. Hey, good to have you here, Joe. What's up, brother? Oh, my bad. I always do that shit. Yeah. I heard you're going. I heard you're going hard on TikTok. That way to do it, brother. Way to do it. Way to do it. You know what I'm saying? Check it out. I'm gonna show you guys something real quick. I think I got the video now. Let me see. Yeah, check it out, family.
At one point, I had a question. And so I began to ask a question. I was almost immediately forcibly removed from the room. I was forced to the ground. And I was handcuffed. I was not arrested. I was not detained. If this is how the Department of Homeland Security responds to a senator with a question, you can only imagine what they're doing to farm workers, to cooks, to day laborers out in the Los Angeles community and throughout California and throughout the country.
So just moments ago, Donald Trump made a major reversal in his mass deportation policy. Indiscriminately, he's been sending armed agents into farms and fields and ranches all throughout California and increasingly across the country. I was in Oxnard, California yesterday. I met with a 12-year-old boy, tears pouring down his face. His mom and dad snatched by agents. They were working the fields for over 20 years. He doesn't know where they are. He has no family in the United States. He's here alone, a sixth grader. Donald Trump may not care about him, but he's finally listening to you, calling out these indiscriminate acts of cruelty. Let's keep up the pressure and let's do it peacefully.
Oh my God. That's a tough one to watch. That is a woman in San Antonio, Texas, who went to immigration court as you're supposed to do. And as she came out, she was manhandled and arrested by those three very tough men. And as she's getting arrested, as a mother, she's screaming out, "My son is in school. My son is in school." Because that's what's going through her head. More so than what's going on with her, she's saying, who's going to pick up my son from school? And how are we okay with this? Well, I can't imagine the average American can watch that and go, yep, we're making America safe again. These type of things are happening more and more. It hurts my heart to even watch it and to know it's happening to people. They're breaking up families, people who came here for a better life. And these goons are forcibly detaining these people. They're getting no due process, and their children are being separated. And it's frustrating because I don't really know what to do. What can we do? So what I'll tell you, find a cause that helps immigrants. Donate. Put your money to those causes. Continue to contact your representatives, your congressmen, your senators, whoever you can contact. But I just want you to know this is happening. You need to see it. You need to feel it. And this is not what America is about.
Sheriff threatens to kill anti-Trump protesters. Here it is.
If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead. We're not going to play.
So dangerous. This is so dangerous. So dangerous. I mean, you can see how the horses are naturally rearing back. Oh my God, they're hitting people. They're hitting people. Hey, whoa. You can see how spooked these horses are. I mean, he can control it. He's trying to push the horse into the crowd. The horse doesn't want to naturally walk into anything. They have an intuition to not do. All right, they've now brought out the cavalry again, which is never a good sign. These horses get very spooked when they start hearing munitions. It looks like they're going to bring them through. Here. All right, back up here. Back up here. Stay on these horses as wide as you can. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, whoa. You can see how spooked these horses are. I mean, he can control it. He's trying to push the horse into the crowd. The horse doesn't want to naturally walk into anything. They have an intuition to not do that. We're going to follow this. It's very, very bad. Excuse me. Get, Aiden, get. All right, they're now shooting over here. Over here. Come here. Shooting this over here. They are shooting less lethals in front of the horses over here. Don't panic! Go! We asked you to move over there. Don't panic! We have to go this way, man. No, the first one is the right. Yeah.
Who are you, man? Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 7. I have seen servants upon horses and princes walking as servants upon the earth. I'm going to say this real quick, family. I've never seen any of that happen in any BLM situation. Where they'll say they'll shoot you, and then they're walking over you with horses. You want to know what they're doing? They're telling raza that shit. Do you understand what's going on? You think it's a coincidence that we're getting a lot of videos for certain nations that came and enslaved our people as well? You know what I mean? Like, it's not a coincidence. Black colonizers, white colonizers, y'all been here since the beginning of time. And right now we are seeing that the white colonizers are working with y'all as well. It's okay, man. You guys keep laughing. We enjoy it, rather. Let me see this real quick. Here. Yeah, that's right. Let's listen to this video. Because this is true. Remember what I initially started with. It's no coincidence that they're going to bring with Latinos or Latinos. Even though that Cuban B dude is literally an African, they still want to label him quote unquote Hispanic because of his last name. Shut your ass up, Kanan.
That they're going to bring their operations home. Didn't I tell you that? Well, look at California right now. Look at Los Angeles. What else do you think that is besides violent colonization turning inward? You think this is about immigration law? You think ICE is enforcing laws? No. They are marauders and you are the loot. ICE is not a law enforcement agency. It is a mercenary force under contract to private corporations, hunting human beings for profit. That's all it is. That's exactly what it is. They work for the private prison industry. Your so-called immigration department is just a subsidiary. It's an interface for the private prison industry. That's what it is. That's what you turned it into. These aren't arrests that they're making. These are profit-making activities that they're engaged in. Every detention is a paycheck. Every deportation is a dividend. Do you understand? They're not police. They're pirates. They're pillagers. This isn't policy. This is commerce. You're witnessing the logistics arm of what can only really be called an ethnic cleansing operation outsourced to the highest bidder. Yes, I
That ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing. Who are they trying to do that to as well? There's a reason why we migrated, and there's a reason why. Maybe that's why. I don't know, man. I'll just be quiet on that side. But you know what's going on? You know what's going on over there on the other side? Let's continue.
I said ethnic cleansing because do you really believe that this isn't racial? Do you really think that this has anything whatsoever to do with someone's immigration paperwork? We know who they're targeting and we know why. And if you have any sense, you'll also understand that this practice is going to do nothing but expand, just like any business expands. That's what businesses do. It means they're going after immigrants now. This is a pilot project. They normalize it by targeting immigrants, but this is a profit-making endeavor. And you'd have to be crazy to think that they're not going to multiply their revenue streams by targeting other demographics. Non-citizens and citizens, so-called minorities, members of the global majority, the poor, the homeless, the protesters. This doesn't go anywhere but expansion. They've turned immigration enforcement into a business model. They've turned it into a supply chain. You've got militarized raids rounding up immigrants like livestock, funneling them into for-profit prisons, slapping electronic shackles on their ankles, and shipping them out on corporate charter flights like Amazon parcels. I mean, they literally said that. They literally said that they want to run deportations like Amazon Prime. That wasn't satire. That was the ICE director's actual analogy. And you know what? He wasn't inaccurate. He was being accurate.
Are you?
Jeremiah chapter 16, verse 19. Excellent verse right there, man. Because this is technically what happens. That's why I say, you keep laughing. You keep laughing. Canaan and Edom. You keep laughing, Ishmael. Jeremiah 16:19. O Lord, my strength and my fortress and my refuge in the day of affliction. The Gentiles shall come unto thee from the ends of the earth, and they shall say, surely our father have inherited lies, vanity, and things wherein there is no profit. That's exactly what's going to occur, and that's what the guy said. And I've been saying it for quite some time, several months already. Y'all collateral damage. You just didn't know it. Going back to this verse here, and I actually started with it, so, good thing that we went back to Jeremiah. Jeremiah 30:7 says this, alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble. Jacob's trouble. It says it in Daniel 12 too. Daniel 12:1 says, and at the end, at that time, shall Michael stand up, the great prince which standeth for the children of my people, of thy people. And there shall be a time of trouble, which as never was there, which as such as never was since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered, everyone that shall be found written in the book. Which is why the scriptures in 2 Ezra 16:77 talks about, do not leave a path full of thorns and nettles. Clear that path, because we only have a one-way road, thin enough that only one person can pass by, meaning that repentance is up to you, literally. If you want to get to know who the Most High, how he created you, you got to cleanse yourself. You got to fucking go through a deep inventory. Let go of all that crap. Now, if you guys have been watching this channel, you understand what I'm talking about. Then if that case, guess what? You're not reading, like, for example, the scriptures talk about like not having birthdays, right? Why? Job talked about it. I think Job 3. It says that what matters to him more, not the day he was born, is the day that he dies. For example, when I die, I want to make sure that my kids that I've done everything I could for them, that they understand who I am, that they understand who they are, that they're responsible, that they have the strength to say to me when I'm old and dying, Dad, you've done a great job. We're going to be okay. You go ahead in the next path. That's why he talks about death matters more than birth. Because nobody really remembers what you do throughout your lifetime. They only remember what you do when you die. Reflection time. This is why it talks about being found written in the book. Because you have to write a book for yourself as well. Maybe this is too deep for you guys. You know, keep following. Keep listening. You might start catching some real stuff here. For you brothers that have been watching, you understand exactly what I'm talking about. I've been putting it in pieces. Because it's a marathon. It's not a race. Jeremiah 28:8. The prophets that have been before me and before thee, old, prophesied both against many countries and against kingdoms of war and of evil and of pestilence. I'm sorry. Is it not true? Is it not clear? And when you look at Revelation 11:8, it talks about this real quick. Because a lot of us were in this state of mind. Revelation 11:8, and their dead bodies shall lie in the streets of the great city, which is spiritually called Sodom and Egypt, where our Lord was crucified. Now, if you focus on this part here, their dead bodies shall be lying in the streets of a great city. You think they're really like dead? Nah, man, spiritually asleep in darkness. Not understanding exactly who we are, where we've been, why this is happening, how come. Well, I'll tell you why come. Well, why come? Why come? How come? I'm going to be using the Geneva Bible too as well. But we're going to go into 2 Ezra 15 real quick. Okay? So follow me real quick, because I use different translations, family. Let's go to 2 Ezra chapter 15, verse 1. Because we're going to start seeing some things, and we're seeing them now. Behold, speak thou in the ears of my people the words of prophecy, which I will put in thy mouth, saith the Lord, and cause them to be written in a letter, for they are faithful and true. Fear not the imaginations against thee. Let not the unfaithfulness of the speakers trouble thee that speak against thee. Like, for example, you guys are Mongols. You guys ain't Israelites. You guys are heathens. You guys are conquistadors. You know what I'm saying? That's what they say to you. They're projecting, fam. Everybody that's been in this channel has always been projecting the entire time. And don't ever waver. For every unfaithful that shall die in his unfaithfulness, behold, saith the Lord, I will bring plagues. Here it goes. Hold on. I will bring plagues upon the whole world. The sword, the famine, and death, and destruction. Think about this for a second. It says the same thing here on 2 Ezra 16, verse 9. Verse 8. And mighty Lord sendeth the plagues, and who is he that can drive them away? A fire shall go forth from his wrath, and who is he that may quench it? He shall cast lightning, and who shall not fear it? He shall thunder, and who shall not be afraid? The Lord shall threaten, and who shall not be utterly beaten to the powder of his presence? You keep laughing. You keep laughing. Keep running those horses over our gente. Keep reminding us and bringing us together even more. You guys are doing the job a lot easier for me, and for the gente that talks about it, for us. Because let's go back to 2 Ezra 15, verse 6. Because that iniquity had fully polluted all the earth. You see this? That's what now they're arresting congressmen, Senate. They're running over people. They're shooting you. You know what I'm saying? They're saying what you used to think. Remember, family, us that are like almost, my age, 50, I've never seen this shit here before. Not even in history. Not like this. Not for deportation purposes, because remember, they've been deporting us for a long time. So you guys, Morenos, that are like, oh, you're asking for our help. No, trust me, we don't need your help. We've been getting deported for a long time. It's nothing new under the sun for us. We're used to this shit. Talk to the Cubans, okay? Those are your people. Like Tiario, the Latinos. The Latinos are your gente. You call yourself a Latino, it's because you're a Latino. That's probably what it is. Listen, even Reagan was clear to you. He separated the indigenous from the Latinos. He called you guys Hispanics. He called them Latinos. Come on, bro. They're not dumb. Therefore, say the Lord, I will hold my tongue no more for their wickedness. They do ungodly. Neither will I suffer in the things that they do wickedly. Behold, the innocent and the righteous blood crieth unto me, and the souls of the just cry continually. Let me get some of those things in there for you, bro. Just slow down for me, okay? Because if you start putting stuff and then I catch it later, then it's not going to make sense. So just slow down. 2 Ezra 9 and 7, it says, and everyone that shall be saved shall be able to escape by his works and by faith, whereby ye have believed. This is good right there. Faith and works. Not by white Jesus, not by black Jesus, not in some camp, not in some church. Self-examination, true repentance, true sincerity. If you're in this, if you believe in this Bible because he looks like you, you're fucked. If you believe in the scriptures because you want a kingdom, you're fucked. Because you want women, you're fucked. Because you want gold, you're fucked. Because you want slaves, because you want, rulership, you are effed. You're on the wrong train and on the wrong track. Because if this is not about complete repentance, forget whatever comes after. I can't even wrap my mind around that shit. I know for a fact that I have something in my spirit, within my chest that says, bro, you need to get it right. You need to do it right this time. Which is why I try to honor my wife more, my kids more. I try to be more with me today. I'm more mindful of how the sin moves within my brain. I pay attention to these things. I know when it tries to trigger me and shit. I don't get easily fooled. I don't get easily moved. I'm not angry at my gente. I'm not hateful towards the enemy. I'm mad at y'all, but I'm not hateful. Because I know for a fact, if I have any spirit of hate in me, I'll never see I won't even get a chance to smell it. Not even that. And everyone that shall be saved and shall be able to escape by his works, because that shit is a lot of work. A contrite heart and a broken spirit, that's all it's asking for. He doesn't want you to be brave and strong and proud, like, I'm the fastest, strongest, Man, get out of here with that shit. Do you want a lot of women? You can have them already. That's what BHI teaches. Multiple wives, you can fuck around and go to some strip joint. Bro, if you guys are in these scams still stuck on that shit, well, listen, you deserve to be burned. Because you don't even give a damn of the fact that you sinned so much, you've done so much bad to people, that you just want to ignore it and like turn the page and shit like, I never did nothing wrong, like sweep it under the rug. The scriptures talk about, don't leave nothing behind. Make sure that you check every single crevices. And everyone that shall be saved and shall be able to escape by his works is because that shit is hard. And by faith, because you hope that, man, you know what? I don't know what's next, but I hope that whatever I'm doing it right. It's the spirit that quickeneth, the flesh profited nothing. And all these BHI cams and these Christmas Christians and these Islamic idiots, they're all about flesh, fam. Oh, I want to show my beard. Look at my dress and Islam and all. Bro, listen, for real, bro. Look at how you guys are fighting with each other. You kill your own people. Yet you're using scriptures to claim some stuff. Then it says, whereby ye have believed shall be preserved from the said perils, and shall see my salvation in my land, and within my borders, for I have sanctified them for me from the beginning. His chosen. His people. God never changes. Our Creator never changed his mind. Because Christians went about, oh, well, like God destroyed the Israelites. Shut up. You don't even know what you're talking about. That's why Abraham talked about Abraham. I'm sorry. That's why Paul talked about Abraham the entire time in the New Testament. And you guys have no idea what he's talking about. You're so confused because you just don't understand, but yet you want to doubt it. Look, you have to absorb and chew the whole volume of the book, man. Maybe you should listen to some brothers that know what they're talking about if you're confused. Micah 6:2, hear ye, O mountain, the Lord's controversy, and ye strong foundations of the earth, for the Lord has controversy with his people, and he will plead with Israel. Now that's punishment to us. Think about that for a second. Let me follow you real quick, and then we'll move on. 7:2:1, gather yourselves together, yea, gather together, O nation I desire. Why? Because that's exactly what he wants. Just like we were together punished, together we will also find salvation. And you better accept destruction for the enemy, because if you don't, then guess what? It's just like having faith and no works, or having works and no faith. Then it's all about, oh, I have a beard, I have fringes, I'm telling the white man he's evil, and please, bro, you stupid. Let's go back. 2 Ezra 15:7. Therefore say the Lord, I will hold my tongue no more for their wickedness they do ungodly, neither will I suffer thee in the things that they do wickedly. Behold, the innocent and the righteous blood crieth unto me, and the souls of the just cry continually. You heard the sister, she was crying for her child. She didn't think about herself. She was like, my son, he's in school. My son's in school. And did you guys care? Nah. You saw a spick. You thought wetback operation. That's what you did. Behold, my people is led as a flock to slaughter. I will not suffer them now to dwell in the land of Egypt, but I will bring them out with a mighty hand and a stretched out arm, and smite with plagues as afore, and will destroy all the lands thereof. So I sometimes think about this, man. I talked to my wife about this. I was like, do you think that these things are happening to our people because the Most High is saying, get out of Babylon? Get out of Babylon. And he's technically doing them a favor. Because you know how sometimes things work a certain way? I don't know, man. These are just conversations, family. Egypt shall mourn, and the foundations thereof shall be smitten with the plague and punishment that God shall bring upon it. See? Let's read this real quick. Revelation 18:9. It says here, and the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament her for her when they shall see the smoke of burning, the smoke of her burning. 2 Ezra chapter 15, verse 14. Woe to the world and to them that dwell therein, for the sword and their destruction draweth near, and one people shall stand up to fight against another with swords in their hands. For there shall be sedition among men, and one shall invade another. They shall not regard their kings, and prince shall measure their doings by their power. A man shall desire to go into a city and shall not be able. It's called martial law because it's coming. Because of their pride, the city shall be troubled, and the houses shall be afraid, and men shall fear. Then it says, a man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword, and their goods shall be spoiled for the lack of bread and because of the great trouble. Now check this out. This is interesting because I remember watching this real quick, and it's called, here, let me see the trailer real quick. Civil War trailer. Check it out.
19 states have seceded. The United States Army ramps up activity. The White House issued warnings to the Western forces as well as the Florida Alliance. The three-term president assures the uprising will be dealt with swiftly.
Let me know if you want to try anything on.
Are you guys aware there's like a pretty huge civil war going on all across America?
We just try to stay out. With what we see on the news, seems like it's for the best.
Citizens of America, The so-called Western forces of Texas and California have suffered a very great defeat at the hands of the United States military.
They always tell us what they're doing or what's going to occur or what may happen. There's a lot of Edomites that are now backing up who we are. Well, I mean, it's cool, whatever. I don't really need their approval, but I understand what you mean, bro. I never needed anybody's approval, man. As a matter of fact, and I understand what you don't think. Don't take it bad. You know what I'm saying? Is what I'm gonna say this. As a matter of fact, I never needed their approval. In the way that I've been walking, bro, like nobody ever approved what I was saying. Everybody thought I was hating, man. Everybody thought that I was a liar. Everybody thought, nah, there's no way. And I'm like, bro, I'm telling you. And the more I dug, man, I was like, wow, this is fucking crazy. You people have been lying to the whole world. There's a scripture in the, because you know how Esau, right, is going to get destroyed, right? You know, we understand that Esau will get destroyed. Esau is the end of the world, right? But I saw something that a brother posted earlier, and I actually thought, man, that's great. I thought that was a actually really good thing that he did. Brother Vega, I believe, you're chopping it up a little bit on Facebook. And let me see if I can find it real quick. I think it's here. No, not that one. Give me a second. I guess I lost it. He had used, let me see, maybe I can get it here. Hold on, give me un momentito, por favor. He said, let me see, he went to Jubilees, and I think he went to 20, no, not 28, 10, I think. Yeah, 10. There's a tongue and cans. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. I'm going to use one more word. Yep, Jubilees 21:22. Let me show you this real quick. Jubilees 21:22. Look what it says, family. Hold on. 21:22. No, 21. Let's see. Beware. Let's touch it warm. Hold on a second. Because I think this is one behind. Hold on, let me go to the first verse. My bad, family. Let me try to get this real quick because the brother did post something. It was interesting. I know why. I went to 22. 21. 22. Oh, my bad. 22. Pendejo. 21. It says here, for owning the transgression of Ham, Canaan, Erd, and all his seeds shall be destroyed from off the earth, and all the residue thereof, and none springing from him shall be saved on the day of judgment. Isaiah chapter. Let's continue.
Mr. President, do you regret the use of airstrikes against American citizens?
They're moving to D.C. today.
We need to go down there.
They shoot journalists on sight in the Capitol. Every instinct in me says this is death.
What?
Every time I survived a war zone, I thought I was sending a warning home. Don't do this. But here we are.
There's some kind of misunderstanding here. What? Well, you're American, okay?
Okay. What kind of American are you? You don't know?
See? Mm-hmm. I believe that a lot of Edomites are out there, helping our people out because they, I think, feel like if they lose this democracy, they're no longer Americans. Remember, they claim to be Americans because of their American democracy. I think there's a small portion that really does have that compassion and shit, just human compassion, you know. But the majority of them is more about who they are, because they see that this is happening to certain people. They're gonna do it to them. So it's like, yo, listen, are we based America or was a land of freedom? Land of freedom. Well, they're losing that shit. So if you lose a land of freedom ideology, then you're not Americans no more. You're just Europeans that conquered a land. They got then conquered again by your own people.
The Western forces will reach the White House on July 4th.
Oh my God.
Get in the car! Get in the car! Move!
You're gonna hang back.
I'm not hanging back.
One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Go!
Damn fucking right. 100% true. So let's bring it out in regards to regarding Esau. Let's go to it real quick. Matter of fact, I'll go to Ezekiel. I think it's Ezekiel, right, Joey? Ezekiel 28, I think, if I'm not mistaken. No, Ezekiel 27. Lament for Tyre. Hold on a second. Hold on, let me go back. Could prophesy against Tyre. Tyre 28, I think, against Tyre. Against Sidon. Against security. Hold on, maybe it's 25. Ammon. There it goes. Moab and Seir. See? Prophesy against Edom. Ezekiel 25:12. Thus say the Lord God, because that Edom had dealt against the house of Judah by taking vengeance and had greatly offended and revenged himself upon them. Therefore, thus say the Lord God, I will also stretch out my hand upon Edom. You know, the Odin worshippers, Wotan, Valhalla, Chaos, Chaos, the deity of the Edomites, the ones that are like the Franks, the Goths, all of those people, those Europeans, the ones that eventually became Romans. It's a long story in this whole thing. Therefore, thus say the Lord God, I will also stretch out my hand upon Edom, and I will cut off man and beast from it, and I will make it desolate from Teman, and they of Dedan shall fall by the sword. And I will lay my vengeance upon Edom by the hand of my people Israel. Shit. And they shall do in Edom according to my anger and according to my fury, and they shall know my vengeance, saith the Lord. 28:25. Ezekiel chapter 28:25, it says here, thus say the Lord God, when I shall have gathered the house of Israel from the people among whom they are scattered, and shall be sanctified in their sight of the heathen, then shall they dwell in their land that I have given to my servant Jacob. Are you sure? Yeah, what I was talking about Edom, bro. Talk about Edom. Remember Edom? That was the point. Edom. Right? Edom. This is we're talking about Edom here. Let's continue.
God bless America.
When the stuff is really real, man. It's not graphic when it's really, 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 really real. 2 Ezra 15:20. Behold, say God, I call together all the kings of the earth to reverence me, which are from the east and from the south and which are from the east and from the south and from the east and from Lebanon, and turn upon and to repay things that they have done to them. As they do yet this day unto my chosen, so will I do also, and recompense them in their bosom. Thus saith the Lord God. You know, that bosom means your family, your children, everybody that you became from. All these political pundits, these WASP, wide Anglo-Saxons, you know what I'm saying? These boulets, you know what I'm talking about? These Prince Hall Freemasons, these black and white individuals that have been pushing this agenda for quite some time. And all you dumbasses that didn't believe it, and you joined because you were too afraid to listen to yourself, because you're so tainted with sin that you rather have somebody tell you that, no, don't worry about it. Just replace whatever you're going through. That's why BHI told you guys, hey, leave your woman, replace it with something else. Why? Because they don't have no patience to work with what they have. That's the difference between Israelites, Canaanites, Edomites, and Ishmaelites. I'm going to tell you something, family. Scriptures talk about that. Out of all their works, out of all their attempts, it's not going to come to fruition. Like, they're doing what they're doing, but it's not going to come to fruition. It says here, Psalms 8:64-8, so they shall make their own tongue to fall upon themselves. All that see them shall flee away. So technically, we see these things occurring. Like, I'm like thinking, bro, are you guys really trying to decimate your own selves? Like, we're talking about food and all these things. Your people, and definitely Canaan ain't going to help you. 2 Ezra 16:1, woe be unto thee, Babylon and Asia. Woe be unto thee, Egypt and Syria. Verse 18, the beginning of sorrow, the great mourning, the beginning of famine, the great death, the beginning of wars, and the power shall stand in fear. The beginning of evils. What shall I do when these evils shall come? All you have to do, family, is repent. If you really are sincere about this walk, then you're not expecting anything but forgiveness. That's it. Behold, famine and plague, tribulation and anguish are sent as scourges for amendment. And I'm going to tell you something. This is why, like, this live has only 6 likes. This is what happens when I do these classes, gente. I have a lot of enemies that watch my shit, and they learn from me. But none of them are willing to tell me that I'm wrong. No, a few show up, and then when I say certain things and I prove certain things, they get emotional, and then all of a sudden they want to get physical and shit. Like, if that's going to stop me from what I do, like as if I've never been through that shit in my life. For God's sakes, man, I'm 50. I'm almost 50, bro. You crazy? I grew up in Eastside Pozole Town in the 90s. You grew up in that hood, and you're still alive. Then I must have been doing something fucking right, because I didn't go to jail, dumbass. But for all these things, they shall not turn from their wickedness. 12-tribe chart, Christmas Christians, Christmas, Thanksgiving, birthdays, all that shit, hating your brethren, claiming to be like, oh, I'm the expert of the northern kingdom, and you hate your brothers. You're a joke. Nor will be always mindful of the scourges. Here's where it gets interesting. Behold, visuals shall be so good cheap upon the earth that they shall think themselves to be in good case. Remember? Walmart's 99-cent stores, America was like, our dollar is the greatest. Well, guess what? 99-cent stores are not here no more. The eggs are like 12 to 18 bucks. Or maybe 7 if you get the sprayed ones. 99-cent stores, you don't get that no more. And even then shall evils grow upon the earth, sword, famine, and great confusion. Like, what the hell's going on? You see people over there protesting, like, whoa. And yet their own people are walking over them with horses, with batons, shooting them with pellet guns, like plastic ones. But still, man, you're shooting them. They're just standing there. This didn't happen with Black Lives Matter. This didn't happen in January 6th. But as soon as you so-called indigenous people want to complain, yeah, they want to use horses and shoot your ass. Job 20:20, surely he shall not feel quietness in his belly. He shall not save of that which he desireth. Now, that's what in verse 22. It says here, in the fullness of the sufficiency shall he be straight. Let me read it this way. I'll show you guys. It's a little easier instead of me explaining it. At the height of their success, all the weight of misery will crush them. You see, like the other scriptures, when the visuals are so cheap, then shall plagues come, right? But check it. At the height of their success, like America, white folks, black folks being successful, buying property, selling property, all this shit, right? All this stuff. At the height of their success, all the weight of misery will crush them. Let them eat all they want. Because remember, we now know that it wasn't just white colonizers that got here. It was black and white colonizers that got here. Let them eat all they want. I'm letting you. God will punish them in theory and anger. Canaan and Edom. Canaan and Edom. He made sure that you're not going to be around here no more. You guys of the destructive seed. You got no soul. You guys are so hateful. Wicked ass people. Wicked ass Canaan and Edom. Let them eat all they want. God will punish them in theory and anger. When they try to escape from an iron sword, a bronze bow will shoot them down. Arrow sticks through their bodies. The shiny points drip with their blood, and terror grips their heart. That's like the Fopi prophecy. Everything that they have saved is destroyed. A fire not lit by human hands burns them and all their families. Heaven reveals their sins, and the earth gives testimony against them. What did we learn? Black and white colonizers since 1492. Heaven reveals their sins. You fuckers lied to us. On one hand, you got the white man saying that the black man never helped you. On the other hand, you got the black man saying they never caused slavery, yet you guys were both working towards slavery. In 1865 was when shit changed for you. All their wealth will be destroyed in the floods of God's anger. This is the fate of the wicked people. The fate that God assigned to them. So I tell you, brothers and sisters, man, if you're watching this channel, man, and you're kind of a little bit confused, but there's something within you telling you, like, let me continue listening, then you're on the right path. You're right now on the wrong train, but you're on the right track. Deuteronomy 4:30, when you are in trouble and all these things happen to you, then you will finally turn to the Lord and obey him, meaning Yahoo. He is a merciful God. He will not abandon you or destroy you. And he will not forget the covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob that he made himself made with your ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Which is why when you guys just go to Romans 4, talks about Abraham. What shall we say then about that Abraham? I'll go here, simple stuff. What shall we say then of Abraham, the father of our race? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He was out of Shem. He wasn't a Hamite or a Japhite. I know Black Hamite, I don't know where Abraham came from. Yeah, you stupid. You dumb Roman. That's what you are. You're just a dumb Roman. Let's see. 4, I believe it talks about, he talks about him in 7. Talks about him in 9. And then he goes all through this whole process of Abraham. He talks about him here. He's constantly reminding you guys of the story of Abraham. Let me show you this real quick. We're almost done, family. We're almost done, man. Let me show you something. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Let me hold that right there. Wait, stop. I'm going to play that before we finish. Remind you. Oh, and by the way, in case you guys don't know, that our people helped some of you get out of the shit that your own people were putting you through. How ungrateful are you bastards now? Y'all are ungrateful, man. You're as hateful as they are.
I switched from due dates to due dates, and it made me go from weeks behind to weeks ahead of my deadlines. You see, I used to just bedrot all.
My name is Jimena Arias Cristobal. I am a 19-year-old, a daughter, sister, and an avid runner. On May 5th, I was pulled over for allegedly turning right at a no-turn on red sign. What began as a simple traffic stop quickly escalated. I was taken to Whitfield County Jail, where I stayed for 2 days. While I was there, I learned I was being transferred to Stewart Detention Center, where my father was already being held. Before I share what happened during my time in detention, I want to tell you a little bit about who I am. My parents and I came to the U.S. in 2010 when I was just 4 years old. For over 15 years, I've called this country and Georgia home. I grew up in Dalton and went through the public school system from kindergarten through high school graduation. I was an honor student, active in sports, volunteering, and students' clubs. After high school, I attended Oglethorpe University in Atlanta, thanks to a scholarship from the Dream.US. I ran cross country and pursued my education. I later transferred to Dalton State College, where I'm currently working my degree in finance and economics with a minor in marketing. Since kindergarten, I've pledged allegiance to the flag of the United States. My dream is to one day become a U.S. citizen. I was not eligible for DACA, but if I had been, I would have applied without hesitation. What happened to me is not rare. It's part of a growing pattern that is both scary and un-American. And I know I am not alone in thinking that. I live in an overwhelmingly conservative community, yet when I was taken to Stewart, all my neighbors, even the conservative ones, rallied for me. As a teenager, being held in jail, even just for 2 days, was traumatizing. I was surrounded by people who had committed serious crimes. But what left the deepest mark on me was the transfer, being shackled at the wrist, waist, and ankles. That is something I will never forget. It was dehumanizing. And what's worse is knowing that millions of others have experienced and will continue to experience the same trauma. My time at Stewart Detention Center was life-altering. Stewart is a private detention facility known for its mistreatment of immigrants. Detention centers are supposed to be temporary holding spaces while people determine their legal options. But at Stewart, we are treated like criminals. The conditions, the language used towards us, the lack of dignity and compassion, it felt more like punishment than due process. Due process is supposed to mean fairness under the law. But inside Stewart, people are denied the basic right. We are left in the dark about our cases. Legal help was scarce. We were treated not like individuals with rights, but like numbers in a system designed to break us. I was held at Stewart for 2.5 weeks before being granted a minimum bond of $1,500, thanks to my incredible attorney, Dustin Baxter. My time there was short compared to others, but the emotional weight was unbearable. I witnessed mothers, daughters, and sisters suffer daily under cruel and unnecessary conditions. What's happening inside detention centers like Stewart is not just a legal issue, it is a human rights issue. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to share my story, but my story is just one of many. Every day across this country, people, many who have lived here nearly their whole lives, are being detained without access to fair legal representation, without proper care, and without the basic dignity all people deserve. I am not just an immigrant. I am a human being. I am a Georgian, and I am an American without papers. I hope my story opens eyes and hearts to what really is happening, not just to me, but to thousands of others. No one should have to go through what I did. We need a system that reflects our values of justice, dignity, and due process. Instead of arrests and detentions and threats of deportation, wouldn't it be better if we had the chance to become legal American citizens? Thank you so much for listening, for caring, and for taking action.
And thank you for your powerful testimony. Thank you for being here today. You were pulled over for a traffic violation.
Yes, I was, one that I didn't commit.
Mm-hmm. You came to this country at the age of 4?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the family discussion about coming to the United States?
No, I don't have any memory before the age of 7 or 8.
When I want to know something, let me say something, because I know you dumb Edomites are going to be like, oh my gosh, she's stupid. No. Here's what she means by that, okay? As a parent, you protect your kids like as long as you can. And right around 7, 8 years old, you start becoming aware of like your surroundings because your parents protect you. Like, you know what I'm saying? You have fun, you have your kids. Your parents are like, no te preocupes. You know, nosotros estamos haciendo eso, blah, 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 blah. So you're just like, you don't really know what's going on. That's what she means. But she really didn't know. She came here and, things happen. She had parties, birthday parties, whatever. People typically do that. And food, go to work, school, blah, blah, blah. And then once 7 or 8 years old, that's when she's like, oh, we came here. That's when it starts resonating. Let me get them scriptures for you, bro. Thank you for sharing, man. Thank you. Psalms 7:11. 7:11. It says, God is my protector. He saves those who obey him. Yes, sir. God is a righteous judge, and nobody condemns the wicked. If they do not charge their ways, if they do not change their ways, God will sharpen his sword. He bends his bow and makes it ready. That's pretty simple and standard. And I think we're at that point where we need to start really appreciating our people more. We need to start appreciating our people more. Period. 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 That's something we never did in the 80s, in the 70s, in the 90s, in 2000s, in 2010, earlys. Now we're in the 20s, and now we're like, man, shit, man. Like now we have to start compassion for our own kind. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
So I look at your situation, and there's only one ray of hope in the whole thing. When you say your community rallied around you, even though.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that because, you know what I'm saying? It ain't going to make no difference. We already know what they're going to do. Let me show this to you guys real quick. Oh, by the way, here's a, no, matter of fact, I'll move it back. I'll play this in one of the end parts. One of the end parts, bro. Come here, wait. Okay. So let me do this real quick. This is going to go for several minutes. This is a representative de Mexico, se llama Noroña.
The real estate market is...
Se llama Noroña, and Alex Jones took his statement and claimed that Mexico wants to go to war with Edom and shit and all that stuff. You know how they are, man. They always love that propaganda bullshit. But let's listen to what he's talking about, what he said, so you don't guys get confused. And, and then we'll move on. Let's continue.
Uno ya fue abordado por la compañera presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo y tiene todo mi respaldo. El fin de semana, el gobierno de los Estados Unidos emprendió una cacería de migrantes, violando derechos humanos fundamentales, atropellando todo el marco legal, generando inclusive una tensión con el propio gobernador de California, Gavin Newsom, que ha planteado que la Guardia Nacional no debería haber intervenido, y se han generado tensiones enormes. Las imágenes son terribles, pareciera una intervención militar dentro del propio territorio de los Estados Unidos. Yo respaldo plenamente la posición de la compañera presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo. Ayer emití un comunicado desde la presidencia de la mesa directiva de la Cámara de Senadores. Pienso hacer un pronunciamiento el miércoles en mi condición de presidente de la Comisión Permanente, y si, como ha sido en otras situaciones, quieren hacer debate al respecto, tengo mayor inconveniente. A ver, pongamos las cosas en su contexto.
It's hard to put into words the horrors that we've witnessed every day during our time here. Entire families coming to the emergency department, injured, killed. Stories of a father walking around barefoot, desperately looking for his now dead children. Of a mother who gave birth only 7 days ago who cannot find her newborn baby or her 9-year-old child, later to find out that both are trapped under the rubble and dead. Of a 14-year-old boy whose entire family has been killed, who's now receiving extensive surgery for his wounds, wishing that he himself was killed too. Or of our colleague who this morning, a nursing colleague from the operating room who this morning was killed and we weren't able to resuscitate him. These are just some of the horrors that we witnessed during our time here. People here are desperate for safety, shelter, food. Please do everything in your power to help those who so desperately need your help here in Gaza.
Desde 1986, me parece, el gobierno de Estados Unidos no ha realizado una amnistía migratoria. Hay millones de personas migrantes de todo el mundo que han acudido a Estados Unidos en busca de una oportunidad y que llevan décadas trabajando en el vecino país. Pagan impuestos, a la hora que les pagan su salario, les cobran impuestos. Casi todas las mercaderías en Estados Unidos cobran impuestos, y la gente, tú cuando vas a pagar no te dicen eres turista, eres migrante, eres ciudadano, eres residente. No, tú pagas impuestos de igual manera. Contribuyen, se calcula que el 80% del ingreso de las personas migrantes se queda en Estados Unidos. O sea, si ustedes hacen números de lo que envían de remesas, se multiplica. Se saca una regla de 3 con un 80% adicional. Y esa sería la cantidad que queda en Estados Unidos. El gobierno de Estados Unidos ha decidido instrumentar una política migratoria totalmente violatoria de derechos humanos y de los propios procedimientos legales establecidos en el marco legal vigente en Estados Unidos. En ese marco se han dado estas enormes tensiones realizadas este fin de semana, particularmente en la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Yo quiero invitar al señor Tom Homan, que es conocido, tiene un nombre larguísimo, pero es conocido como el zar de la frontera. Él fue policía en Nueva York, ahí empezó su carrera política. Su padre fue policía, su abuelo fue policía, tiene vocación. Después entró al servicio de inmigración, ICE, lo ha encabezado y se ha caracterizado por sus políticas, pues francamente racistas. Y está...
Wait, I'm looking for a memo that came out. My wife was telling me about it. She's looking for it as well. But it talks about, this Holman. He looks to me, I'm sorry, but he looks like Down syndrome and shit. No offense to you young individuals or older ones that have that condition, because that's offensive if you look like him. But he looks like that, and he talks like a drunk. And as we can see that, Trumpet Man, and not even, dude, this guy is so good at selling that he sold white folks the idea that it's okay to look orange. You know what I'm saying? Like, the fucking guy sprays orange paint on his face, and you guys just completely think it's normal. Let's continue, man.
En California, como jefe de esta andanada militar. Pues hay tanquetas. Una periodista, Lauren Tomasi, fue herida con una bala de goma del canal 9 News Australia. Yo invitaría a Tom Homan a que visitara la Plaza Olvera de Los Ángeles. Ahí se fundó la ciudad. Y que vea los nombres de las personas que la fundaron. Lo invitaría a que reflexione en el nombre de la ciudad. No se llama The Angels, se llama Los Ángeles. Lo invitaría a conocer un poco más de la historia de California, cuya capital se llama Sacramento. Las principales poblaciones...
Damn, bro. Yeah, they're claiming that, that they're being raised, been discriminated against. That's a great point, bro. Which reminds me, estudiante, I'm going to need your help on my next class, because we're going to go into the meaning of words. Because you remember we talked to me about this years ago. The next topic is the meaning of words, like entertainment, el ego, television, or entertainment. If you break that word down in 3, it means something else. Thank you, brother, for sharing it. So if you can make some time, I know how you work, bro. So you know what I'm saying? Do your due diligence. Give me some words so we can break that shit down. Let's go.
La bellísima ciudad de San Francisco, San José, Santa Bárbara, Santa Cruz, Fresno, Santana, San Bernardino. El Cajón. Lo invitaría a que reflexionara sobre que la ciudad de Los Ángeles tiene 70% de población mexicana. Es la ciudad con más población en el mundo después de la Ciudad de México. San José 30.
You guys hear what he's just said? Listen.
Lo invitaría a que reflexionara sobre que la ciudad de Los Ángeles tiene 70% de población mexicana. Es la ciudad con más población en el mundo después de la Ciudad de México.
Do you hear that? It's the next city with the most population next to Mexico, and 70% are indigenous people, Meshiacha brothers. Hey, eat 'em. Proud Boys, Christmas Christians, Matt Walsh, all you homos in the closet. If you have somebody like Fuentes saying that having sex with women is gay, liking women is gay, bro, that just tells me that all of you are gay. You're just trying to be manly because you're so, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, you just really deal with that shit. But again, we know how Roman works. We know Edomites love that stuff. We know that Edom, Rome, Greek, you guys always like that stuff. You know what I'm saying? You like the pedo shit. That's in your history. So you try to play this role like you're so tough, and in secret, you turn Sakari on us.
San José 32.1, Fresno 55.8, Riverside, San Bernardino y Ontario 53.7, Santana 78.2, El Cajón 30%, Montebello y Santa Fe Springs, Whittier and Southgate 50%, a pesar de los nombres de las últimas poblaciones. 39% de la población de California es hispana y de esta el 80% es mexicana.
What I say to ICE immigration, FBI, all you haters, all you fucking wicked ass hateful people, you should just say California does not need to be part of the U.S. anymore. That's it. That's what you got to say. Just give up California and tell all your, Edomites and Canaanites to get the fuck out of here too. Since you guys love each other so much and shit, you guys got your favorite quarterback. No, he's basically both of you. What's his name? The guy from KC? That's exactly who you guys were. And you guys always been that way. Well, let's continue.
Esa ciudad ha sido nuestra. Ese estado ha sido nuestro. No lo digo por primera vez. El 4 de enero de 2017.
This is why I really respect this brother right here, this older brother of ours. Because in 2017, a year after AMLO, started like pushing his things, like nationally, where he started really making moves, he had talked about that. He had said this right here, and I think I even showed you guys a video back in 2022 about it.
Yo estuve en la Torre Trump cuando decía el presidente electo Donald Trump estaba 16 días de tomar protesta por primera vez como presidente, asumir el cargo. Y yo dije, si hacemos el muro, sí lo pagamos, pero lo hacemos con el mapa de México en 1830. Este es.
He says, yeah, we'll do the wall. We'll build the wall. We'll pay for it too. But if we base it based on 1830, before Freemasonry, all these lodges started getting into Mexico, working with the U.S., making sure that you would convince individuals that had no idea what your intent was, because you guys are deceivers. Just like Joshua 28:20 says, you're deceivers of the mind. Like you're that wicked. That's why the Most High is going to get rid of you. Look, that's what he was talking about. Look, we're not saying that when he didn't say they're going to go to war with you. He was like, hey, listen, we'll put the mural up, we'll put the wall, but just give us back our land that you officially stole. Because this right here, that's French territory. The French sold him this stuff. But I did a class on it by the way, in Texas. In 1830, we started seeing a migration of these heathens coming over here. Now, let me say something to your family. Out of 170 of these particular representatives of Texas, 150 of them were black.
That's gonna hurt.
Hold on.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Hold on, lady, say it.
That's right.
151 of you were Negroes, representatives, fighting against the Mexicans, Mexicas, Chichimecas, all the people that were right there pushing us away. Black and white folks were doing this, fam. It wasn't just gringos. Wake the fuck up.
Lo que era Estados Unidos en 1830. Y esto era parte de México. No era todo México. Si ustedes pueden ver, quizás un tercio, mínimo una cuarta parte del territorio norteamericano era parte de México hasta 1846. Para que quede más claro, este mapa, yo podría haber sacado otro, pero este mapa, dirán, para que más critiquen mi personalidad, lo tengo guardado. Es el que usé en la Torre Trump el 4 de enero de 2017. Hasta le puse atrás de puño y letra. Este es el mapa que usé en la protesta. Sé que alguna vez tendrá valor este mapa. Es un mapa, perdón que lo diga, histórico. No conozco otra protesta de esa naturaleza llevada por un político de cualquier país, incluido México, que en solitario con su compañera de vida, en mi caso de Mau Campo, hayan realizado esa protesta. Ahí está la nota del Washington Post, con el video y todo, no me pegarán mentir. Llevé 4 mapas, 2 como este, y 2 de lo que era México en 1830.
Se llaman.
You see what I'm saying? Here, let me see if I can find a video. I'll invite you guys to watch it. I don't know if I don't think I'll play it. I mean, honestly, man, because I don't like to go I think I should stop doing these, like, you know, when in the moment type of. Let me put a video up. You know what I'm saying, like, because then it long wins the whole situation. But let me see. This is it right here. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Cuevas, I think. No, that's not it. Hold on. I did it back in that's more than 7 months ago. Let me see if I can get it real quick. No, not that one. Okay, so let me show you exactly what I'm looking at, right? Let me show you what I'm looking at. As you can see, I got a lot of videos. 628, okay? So I'm looking for, and there's a lot of topics. That's I use the same thumbnail on that one, basically. There's a lot of topics. I go to a lot of different things, but I also do a lot of repetitive stuff because I think that that's just the way the mind works. Sometimes we forget. It's like, what was that he was saying? What book did it bring out? What video was that again? Right? So back in, I believe, but we're getting close because I do recall the pattern here that I'm following. I mean, when I'm looking at when I'm looking at the videos, I understand exactly what the pattern was. It was somewhere around. Give me a second. Damn, it was a while ago. Fuck. No, it's not that one. Let me check it out real quick. There it goes right here. No, not that one. Sanguinary Wars. Not that one. That's not it. Guadalupe. I think it was this one. The Guadalupe Hidalgo scam. It was this one right here, I think. Let me go ahead and check also. It was also can't remember his name, Jose Cuevas or some shit like that. I did this one about, I kind of got off track on that one. So, I don't, whatever. You guys have a chance to look at it. But let me go look for the video. Let me look. Just be patient, fam. This right here is a very good one. Partus Equitur Ventrum. You'll understand exactly what that means if you look at it. Unless these people took it off and I didn't even notice. I've done so many videos, I don't even know if YouTube takes them off sometimes, man. I need some of you guys to let me know and shit. I think they did take it off. Oh, what the fuck? That's crazy. They did take it off. Okay. Well, I think I did it again. And it was, I did this one. Where are you, cabrón? So here goes. Is that this one? The Monroe Doctrine visited? No, that was not it. Oh, that's what I'm talking about right there. The deception, the history of the deceptive Negro. 151st blacks, men of Texas, representatives. It wasn't just white folks that helped take Texas family against our gente. It was black and white folks. Both of them worked together. They've been doing this for a long time. After 1865, they got butthurt and shit between themselves. This is right. That's it right here. This one. So I would suggest to look at this one, the Freemasons, the root of the Mexican. Just right here, the Mexican War of 1848. Man, I can't believe only 200 people saw this shit. This is actually exactly goes into the history about how they took our lands. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm streaming over here. How they took our lands. I don't know. Maybe I'll play it. I don't know yet. You guys let me know, man. You guys post it on hey, we'll watch it again or we'll watch it on our time. Let me know. Let's go.
Nosotros estábamos asentados ahí antes que la nación hoy conocida como Estados Unidos. Los tratados de Guadalupe Hidalgo establecen derechos para la gente asentada en esos territorios que no se respetaron. La ciudad de Nuevo Laredo era una ciudad mexicana. Y la ciudad de Nuevo Laredo se formó con los mexicanos que vivían en Laredo y que no quisieron quedar del lado de los Estados Unidos y se vinieron a lo que es territorio nacional. Con esta geografía, ¿cómo puede hablar de liberar Los Ángeles y California al gobierno de Estados Unidos? ¿Liberarlos de quién? Los mexicanos y mexicanas que están asentados en ese lugar están asentados en lo que ha sido su patria.
He said, We're here because the line, that imaginary line that the Anglo created, was created imaginary. We never left our town. So for you black and white folks calling us illegals, guess what? You're just projecting. So let's stop with the bullshit. Stop lying about 1619. Stop lying about Willie Lynch letter. Stop lying about supposedly that you guys went through slavery because the white man did all this shit. No, stop it. Stop it. We already know the white man's lying. Now we need you to admit that you've been lying this whole fucking time. Remember that leader of the Proud Boys, he's an African with a Spanish last name, just like they were named and how they were African back in 1492. Huh. Never do I want to hear you guys talk shit. Never.
Los nombres no engañan. El idioma que más se habla en Los Ángeles es español. No necesitas hablar inglés para estar en Los Ángeles. Y estamos en la situación actual. Es parte de Estados Unidos. Sí, el gobierno de Estados Unidos tiene derecho a instrumentar las medidas que considere migratorias convenientes, ciertamente, pero no tiene derecho a violentar la dignidad de las personas migrantes. No tiene derecho a separar las familias, no tiene derecho a someterlos al sufrimiento, a la persecución, al acoso. No tiene derecho a violar la ley que el propio gobierno de Estados Unidos y el pueblo de Estados Unidos se dio. Lo digo yo, lo dice el gobernador de California, Gavin Newsom. Todo mi reconocimiento, toda mi solidaridad, todo mi respaldo con ese hombre y no pedazos, que le dijo al zar de la frontera: me vas a detener, hazlo, hazlo. No estoy de acuerdo en que atropellen a las comunidades. No estoy de acuerdo en que les nieguen derechos a atención médica y a servicios de educación. No estoy de acuerdo en hacerles la vida más difícil cuando ellos aportan a la economía de este país. La economía de California es la economía más poderosa de los Estados Unidos.
Not us, you, both people, all of you, Asians, black, white, y'all wouldn't fucking do shit. And now you want to steal our heritage because you want to go. Because supposedly you were here before and Julio Meadows told you that you guys were here. Bro, Julio Meadows is just the worst example to lead by. So I say to you, man, I've said a lot today. So, if you feel froggy, let me know if I'm wrong. BHI, FOP, FOP, whatever, all you fake, funky ass comedic idiots too, whatever, y'all bring it. Please, let me know. Let me know how this is the old world and black folks were here originally. And I'll embarrass you real quick once again.
Si fuera un país, estaría entre las 10 economías más importantes del mundo, y el pueblo de México que emigró a los Estados Unidos aporta con su trabajo y esfuerzo, no van a robar.
Wait, are we getting this?
There's a purpose with why I'm doing what I'm doing, family. I know you guys are wondering, like, why is he... Because I'm trying to bring out the snakes from the hole.
Ellos no fueron a robar, no fueron a estirar la mano, no fueron a pedir limosna, no fueron a pedir clemencia, no fueron a pedir nada. Todo lo que tienen lo han ganado con su trabajo y con su esfuerzo. Y es el gobierno de Estados Unidos el que no abre una ventana para regular su situación migratoria, porque así conviene a los intereses económicos de Estados Unidos. Es inaceptable. Es inaceptable. Es un trato discriminatorio, es un trato infame, es un trato repudiable. Guardo aquí todavía la carta que me envió. El único que me hizo un reconocimiento era la autoridad del Centro Histórico, Jesús González Esmal, cuando esa protesta del 4 de enero del 2017. Mis reliquias. 8 años. 8 años de esto. Y como lo dije ayer en mi videocharla, son las caras de una misma moneda. Ayer la embarcación Madeline.
Pay attention, family, why I was saying about our brothers and sisters in Palestine. And yes, I say that. Because they're attacking only us. Not anybody else. And they're invading their land in a microcosm. And they invaded our lands in a macro, meaning like a bigger, long-winded type. And they went straight with them within a short period of time. They had practice.
Que viajaba para llevar alimentos a Palestina. Alimentos, ayuda humanitaria. Fue, ¿cómo se le llama? Pues le decían piratería. Cuando embarcaciones atacan a otra embarcación en aguas internacionales. Así se le llama. No se sabe hasta ahora la situación de estas 12 personas. 12 héroes y heroínas que lo único que querían era romper el cerco perverso del gobierno israelí que no permite la llegada de ayuda humanitaria a Palestina. Tiene más de un año. A ver, no.
That is a good point. Now, I will say this. It doesn't excuse it because, and I don't think you're saying this, brother, but because you know what I'm saying? Like I say, usually people push like, oh, you know, Edomites, white people, they colonized. And I'm like, bro, it wasn't just them. It was, you know, these other people too. And they're like, whoa, you know, like, you know, natives were also enslaving themselves. Yeah, but do you understand the origin of what your argument was? You were only putting energy on certain people, and yet you weren't attacking everybody straight up being neutral based on facts. Of course, we got a lot of sellouts, bro. We know this shit for a fact. I showed a video earlier. You probably got here late. I'll show you again. This is the sister right here. This is from a series a brother showed me. Check this out. Look, like this. I'm even gonna do it quick for you so you can listen. Go ahead.
So now that it's your land, you found the courage to fight. It's pendejos like you that made us lose the war. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what is all of ours. All that matters is what is yours. Are they hanging you? I hope those lashes teach you a lesson or something, hombre. That they're the ones in charge. The cowardice is the biggest enemy of the people.
Right there, brother. Like you said, our worst enemy is ourselves. Not ourselves, bro, because I don't think you're a coward. I'm not a coward. Cowardness is the worst enemy of the people. Why? Because you bend to the bow. You assume that, you know what? They're going to be our friends. Oh, white folks. Oh, black folks are embracing us. White folks are embracing us. You have raza out there like, oh, look at white people. They're defending us. They're not defending you. They're defending their democracy. Because that's all they can be based. That's all they can base themselves of. They claim to be Americans. America is the land of quote unquote freedom. If that shit is gone, then they're not Americans no more. So who the fuck are they?
The cowardice is the biggest enemy of the people.
Calvinist is the biggest enemy of the people. So what are you saying? Like, I don't understand what your point. You saying that this is for bullshit? Like, this is nonsense? Like, we should not even worry about it? Just let these nations do what the fuck they do because supposedly sellouts, you know, help them? Scripturally speaking, it says that 1/3 will survive and the fucking rest will get destroyed. So that says that 30, 60 plus 7, almost 70% of the people were going to do that. Yeah, but she's not indigenous, bro. And you know that. I know who she is. She's not indigenous. You know that, bro. She's not, bro. So come on. I follow politics over there. I've been following AMLO since 2016, man. I've been following their politics in 2016. I know who Lili Tellez is. I know exactly who she is. My sister still lives in Guadalajara, by the way. And she was like leaning PRI and shit, because you know she's a business owner or whatever. And I kind of know exactly what was going on. And she's Lili Tellez fan. I know who that broad is. I know exactly. So it's all about indigenous understanding. We know that not all quote unquote Mexicans are Meshiacha, indigenous. Keep in mind. But again, it goes back to scripture. Now, if you're here to listen to scripture, then you should understand that 1/3 will only make it. and the rest won't. So then that means that you're right. Like a fucking majority of our gente, they're fucking sellouts. They're piece of shits. They're weak. They because of them, this is exactly what occurred. Just like they're cowards, man. Like not all of a sudden because they took your property, now you fucking care. I love this fucking shit, bro.
It doesn't matter what is all ours. All that matters is what is yours. Are they hanging you? I hope those lashes teach you a lesson or something, hombre. That they're the ones in charge.
He's like, that they are in charge? And she's like, no, not at all. Look, check it out.
The cowardice is the biggest enemy of the people.
You know what? That's a good question. I'll say this. AMLO trusted her just based on the concept of politics, right? Let's just put the Bible aside. AMLO trusted her. I don't really know what her story is about, like in regards to. I know she's Ashkenazi. I know that she's from Lithuania. I think so. But AMLO trusted her. Now, again, I know some history about him, regarding, the lodges and all that shit, right? But I also sometimes wonder because there are Khazars that admitted themselves that, like we're the people. Let me see if I can find a video. And I showed it to you guys before. Let me see if I can find it. Cool. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. If not, I'll look for it. But can you guarantee that? Because I think his mom was the light-skinned, white-looking one. So I don't know, man. I don't really understand your angle, bro. Like, if you're here to support the fact that, they came, they conquered, and we should just not give a fuck, but then continue to eat your atole away, bro. And you know what I'm saying? Continue to live your life and don't fucking worry about this channel no more. Because it seems like you're making excuses. That's what it seems like to me. At every angle. I've been giving you answers and shit, and you still want to throw some other angles. Like you throw Claudia, which I know she's Ashkenazi, then I say AMLO, and you say he's Spaniard. So I don't know, man. I don't really know your angle. Do you believe in the Bible, or are you just kind of like back and forth, or like, or are you saying like, are people not like Hebrews and shit, or? See, this is why it's important to kind of know exactly what your foundation is, because in this case, based on, hold on, it's not about fighting though. In this case right here, based on what you're saying, is like, I should not trust nobody. And now she say, fuck my people, because you guys sold me out. So it's just me, right? That's based on what you're saying, because what we're trying to prove is that, listen, it's kind of like a home, like an internal home problem. Like if my brother and I have problems, I don't want a fucking neighbor to step in my problem with my brother and I. Like this is our problem. Let us handle it. That didn't occur. And this is why I showed the video once more, and I said, look, man, we got cowards like that. But I don't know, man. Every time I bring these things up, I always find people that say, well, our people did the same shit. Okay, well, then marry a white girl, marry a black woman, marry our people. Maybe you should just look at people just just believe we're all we're all one people. Just go in Darwinism, because that's your only resort. Just believe Darwinism then. We're all one nation, we're all one people, and just evolution, it's decided to select who was the ones that are able to fight. I don't know, man. I have a very clear direction as to what I am seeing. And I understand that I got haters in my own bloodline. Shit, I have them in my own family. My brother and I were talking about this. I'm 1/3 of my group. He's 1/3 of his group. Almost every person that I talk to, they're 1/3 of their group. Yeah, of course. Let's go.
No le voy a regresar a las 12 personas. No le voy a poner nombre a lo que pasa. Han asesinado 12,000.
Here's the first thing that we do. We don't do this shit right here. Like, well, 150 of our natives also held the Spaniards and blah, blah. That's not what we do, bro. Here's what we don't do. The first thing we do is, I know it sounds silly, man, but fuck, we need to repent. Look, in this channel, we're talking about serious things. When I say repentance, it's we've all committed sins. We've all done some really bad shit. And it stays with us. And it like sometimes it eats you. It eats you up. And it may destroy you. And you live with that shit. And now what do you do? Who do we turn to? Christianity didn't help. BHI sure as hell didn't either. And then, like I've said it before, only in the last 70, 80 years have we learned how to read and write. That shit is fucking nuts, man. All these nations knew how to read and write since 1492, and we just started learning like in 1920, 1930, after Pancho Villa did his work. Because that's exactly what Pancho Villa was doing, fighting for our people, for education, for equality. After him, they were starting to build many schools, which is why we saw the literacy rate increase. So the first things first is examine yourself. Because I know it sounds silly, man. I know it sounds silly, but when you have appreciation for yourself, then you're going to have appreciation for your gente. When you start loving yourself and you start forgiving the shit that you did, and you'll start seeing like, you know what you did because you did not know that you weren't supposed to hate your own people. Because we hurt our own people the most. These nations forced us to hurt our own people the most. I had a lot of street fights, man, and I usually fought with my gente. Now it's like, it's different. Even if my own people attack me, bro, I've had people attack me. This brother did a fucking channel, and he brought this other dude that I spoke with and another dude that I spoke with. They all have my phone number. They all talk shit. I didn't hate them, bro. I felt sorry for them, man. Because I was honest with every single one of them, bro. I even apologized to one of these brothers. I was like, hey, bro, I'm sorry if I offended you. I was a little bit on the influence, blah, blah. It didn't matter to him. He showed up to his channel and started talking shit. Murmuring about me, claiming that they understand the Bible, but they were murmuring. So it's like, you can't even keep a basic commandment, bro. I never talk shit about them. And I don't have no anger for them. Matter of fact, man, I appreciate what I've learned because it's taught me to be patient in regards to how you build relationships with people. You can't trust everybody. You know what I'm saying? They may seem like a friendly to me right away, but they can't do that. I'll tell you what I'm doing. I already told you the first step. The second one is build your family together. If you're married, if you have children, build them up. Help them understand. Yahweh Shai is not his name, bro. I don't know where you learned that from. That's 12-type short shit. That's not his name. Well, the first thing is you. The second thing is your family. And the third thing is build up with brothers that are actually talking to you. Now, I don't know you. I don't know who you are. But I have brothers that I talk to. And they can confirm that we build. And who they hear today is the same person they talk to on the phone. We get into other conversations, and you know what? I have brothers that are helping other brothers, and that's what we're doing. And that's exactly it. Prove a friend, because guess what? I've met a lot of people that meant, oh yeah, how can we build and all that shit, and then you guys could turn around and talk shit about me. I'll throw out a name, Northern Kingdom Prophet, whatever, Jakashai, whatever, bro. Like, I try to build with the brother. All of a sudden, he gathers like 2-3 dudes and starts talking shit about me. I didn't even know this. Someone else told me that they were doing that. That's not the way to build. So whoever does that, you're hypocrites. And the truth ain't with you. Let's continue.
1,400 mujeres civiles. 12,400 mujeres. Han asesinado 18,000 niños y niñas. 18,000 niños y niñas. ¿Van a decir que eran de Hamas? ¿O van a decir, como en el libro de la investigación de la guerra de Vietnam, dispara todo lo que se mueva? Ahorita les digo, Kurt, creo que se llama el autor. Lo sacó Sexto Piso en colisión con nosotros en la Cámara de Diputados. Cuando mataban niños, niñas, decían, pero si es un niño, es una niña. Sí, cuando crezcan van a ser Vietcongs. Dirán lo mismo, que estos niños, estas niñas iban a ser de Hamas y que por eso los asesinaron. 18,000.
If you were tired of working all...
Hey, let me know if there's an echo going on, fam. I will say this, man. Every time I talk, I like to set traps. I like to play chess, family. Don't think that I'm stupid. Just I'm saying, I like to play chess. I set traps, so be careful.
Mil personas desaparecidas bajo los escombros. Las imágenes son terribles. Los niños y niñas ayer esperando la embarcación con ayuda humanitaria te desgarra el corazón. O sea, ¿qué está pasando con la humanidad que no alza la voz frente a esto? No lo califico. Están matando a población civil que no tiene un ejército, que ni siquiera tiene guerrilla, que no tiene ni una resortera. Desde hace más de un año. No es una posición nueva mía, lo promoví en la Cámara de Diputados cuando fui parte de la Junta de Coordinación Política. No es una posición que yo me esté inventando en este momento. Ahí están las actas de las discusiones de la Junta de Coordinación Política y con mucho trabajo. Nick Turs es el autor de Dispara todo lo que se mueva. Batallé mucho para que se hiciera un primer pronunciamiento porque al principio se decía que jamás, que no sé cuántas cosas, que se estaban defendiendo. Más de un año. Decían que no habían bombardeado hospitales, bombardean hospitales. Bombardean escuelas. Han llegado a la perversidad. A la perversidad. De personas que están refugiadas les dicen que se refugien en un lugar y ahí bombardean. Les dicen que van a dar alimentos en otro sitio y ahí bombardean. O sea, ¿qué tiene que pasar? ¿Qué tiene que pasar para que el mundo reaccionemos y se pare esta barbarie? ¿Qué tiene que suceder? Es inconcebible. Inconcebible.
Oh, and by the way, I forgot to read the last part that you were saying, do we build sanctuaries? Fuck no, that's not what you do, bro. That's absolutely not what you do. The kingdom of God dwelleth in you. You build your community within yourself, within your people, within who you can closely relate to, and you start building that way. Not in a building, not anything like that, man, because no building's going to, you can't find the creator in a building. I'll read this to you, man. As a matter of fact, I'll read this to you because this is a very difficult scripture to understand for a lot of gente. I'm not going to break it down. I'm just going to read it and hopefully you understand what I'm saying. 2 Ezra 16:77 says, "Woe be unto them that are bound with their sins, and covereth with their iniquities, like as a field is covered over with bushes. And the path therefore covered with thorns, that no man may travel through. It is left undressed, and is cast into the fire to be consumed wherewith." Ponder at that. This is very simple, but deep. You have to consider why it says, bound with your sins, covered with iniquities, covered like bushes, and it's full of thorns that no one can walk by. And if it's left untreated, hopefully you understand what it means, because that's the first step. Yeah, they are, bro. They're definitely going to fall for that. It's like we're still asking for governments and structures and systems and shit. It's like there's absolutely no recognizance of self. Now, here, look, I'm almost done, by the way. All right, so I'm not going to play that video. So let me show you. Now let me give you guys some good news and some interesting stuff, all right? Because you know what I do. Hey, by the way, bro, thanks for asking those questions, man. Don't take me bad. Anyway, so look, I thought this was very interesting because I had done this video a long time ago, and this out real quick, and just follow me real quick and see what because remember, people say that like Mexicas were not taken all over the world. Oh yeah, Spaniards took us everywhere: Africa, Europe, South Africa, India, China, Asia, Philippines, islands, all everywhere. Check it out. Filipino brothers. Watch this.
Meanwhile, video and pictures.
That's not it. Is this it? So great. So we're taking them back. No, I'm just kidding, man. I'm not going to do that. I'm just joking, fam. Let's listen in.
Mexicans? Yes, you heard that right. Mexicans. Yes, a lot of Filipinos were married or had a relationship with Mexicans or had kids with Mexicans during the Spanish colonization. But why? I thought a lot of Filipinos were married to Spanish. No, that's not necessarily true. Maybe some Filipinos were married or had kids with Spaniards. But let me tell you why. So as far as I know, during the Spanish colonization, Spaniards brought a lot of Mexican slaves to the Philippines. That is correct. Spaniards brought a lot of Mexican slaves to the Philippines. And as you can see, we Filipinos have many similarities to Mexicans. Our body belt, music, and food, and much more. And this is probably the thing that many Filipinos would not accept. In our whole life, as far as we know, we were colonized by Spaniards. But many Filipinos had relationship with Mexicans. Relationship with Mexicans had many Filipinos had relationship with Mexicans. And many Filipinos would probably not say we are part Mexicans because they will be proudly say we are part Spaniards. And that is why you're never gonna hear from a Filipino except me that we are part Mexican except we are part Spaniards. It's the same thing when Japanese went to the Philippines and enslaved a lot of Filipinos to do their work. Japanese used to enslave Filipinos to carry their gold and hide in the mountains or hide their golds anywhere in the Philippines. But also, a lot of Japanese did a lot of brutal things to the Filipinos. And I'm not saying this for the sake of hating Mexicans, Spaniards, and Japanese. I'm simply just saying this for the sake of history lesson. And what's past is past, and what's done, it's done. Let's move on. Let's just focus on the positive and leave the past behind.
Reason I'm showing you this because it again, we're almost done, right? Because the brother sent me this stuff. It was interesting, man. Check it out. Look.
Manny Pacquiao, el campeón que se siente mexicano. El boxeador que venció a las leyendas mexicanas confiesa que en otra vida fue mexicano. Manny Pacquiao, el ícono filipino del boxeo, sorprendió al mundo con una declaración inesperada. En otra vida debía haber sido mexicano porque no es normal amar tanto a un país que no es el tuyo. Su conexión con México comenzó en su infancia cuando vio una película de Pedro Infante, el ídolo del cine mexicano. En esa cinta Infante aparecía con guantes de boxeo, lo que inspiró profundamente a Pacquiao. Nadie sabe, pero esta fue una de las razones por la cual hoy soy boxeador. Desde entonces ha visitado México con frecuencia, tiene inversiones en el país y siempre ha sido recibido con cariño, lo que ha fortalecido su vínculo con la cultura mexicana. A pesar de haber vencido a grandes boxeadores mexicanos como Marco Antonio Barrera, Eric Morales y Juan Manuel Márquez, Pacquiao siempre ha mostrado admiración por sus oponentes y por la pasión que caracteriza al boxeo mexicano. Dale like, comparte y comenta.
I thought that was interesting, man, because, everything's spiritual, right? Another thing, real quick, just to let y'all know, in case you didn't know, that Roberto Duran's father was also what? Raza descent. Just saying. I'm just having a little fun right now, you know what I'm saying? These are jokes at this moment. They're jokes. Now, this is interesting, and this is what I was telling you guys in regards to how they're trying to rewrite history. Once more.
Executive order to the Smithsonian to restore truth and sanity to American history. Let me fundamentalists translate this for you. They're going to claim that slavery wasn't a big deal and it ended all racism in the United States. The civil rights movement wasn't needed. Feminism hurt women. Genocide against Native Americans never happened. And America is exceptional in every single way. And all of the white men who came over here and murdered everyone were the most handsomest, godliest men ever. And America has been blessed because Jesus.
Hold on a second.
So here's what you need.
Let's hear this again. This is interesting. Okay, listen to this. She went really fast, real quick. Hold on. Pause. Let me play it. Watch what she says.
Trump signed an executive order to the Smithsonian to restore truth and sanity to American history. Let me fundamentalists translate this for you. They're going to claim that slavery wasn't a big deal and it ended all racism in the United States. The civil rights movement wasn't needed. Feminism hurt women. Genocide against Native Americans never happened. And America is exceptional in every single way. And all of the white men who came over here and murdered everyone were the most handsomest, godliest men ever. And America has been blessed because Jesus. So here's what you need to do. History is going to disappear in public spaces. Anything that does not paint America as this exceptional, wonderful, beautiful, not racist at all place is going to disappear. You're going to need some history books in your house, and here's where we're going to start. A People's History of the United States. The True History of the United States. And the Humanity Archive. Make sure you have the information, because if you cannot access information, you cannot combat propaganda, and you cannot tell when anyone is lying. Added bonus, the Reich series by Richard J. Evans, 1, 2, and 3. If you want to know what's going on right now, it's right here, because they're also just put a freeze on all libraries. This includes their fundings, their workers. They are going to go through libraries and gut them for all this information. And then my intuition is saying that they're going to defund it and shut down libraries, because they cannot deal with an educated population. They won't win. And if you cannot refute their lies, propaganda wins.
So let's reflect on the history of why they do this quite often. We'll just go back as far as President Wilson. President Wilson was also the president of Princeton, where they basically have full control of how, books are printed and what is printed. Woodrow Wilson, as a historian, authorized several widely used American history textbooks, most notably A History of the American People and Division and Reunion. His work, particularly Division and Reunion, significantly influenced the way the Civil War and Reconstruction were taught and understood for decades. Do you understand what that means? After 1865, shit started not really being told the right way. Here we go. So check this out. It says here, however, his work, particularly Division and Reunion, significantly influenced the way the Civil War and Reconstruction were taught and understood for decades. However, his historical writings have also been criticized for perpetuating racist narrative, particularly regarding the Confederacy and Reconstruction. At this point, I believe, is when they started basically saying, "Thank you for letting me know, bro. Thank you for letting me know." At this point is when I think they started, kind of like the movie Antebellum. They changed the narrative. They didn't want people to know that black folks had them enslaved first. And you know what's so funny? Black folks didn't complain either. So as the white man took the narrative that they were the ones that started coming here since 1492, they civilized everybody. The black person took the narrative as this, that's right, they enslaved us. You know what I'm saying? They just enslaved us. It was so bad for us. But never did they consider the indigenous people here. Yet we both know now, both of us as a group, that they came as colonizers. Black and white colonizers. Black and Negro colonizers. Yes, you guys, European and African colonizers. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Tell me that I'm wrong. Here, there's a link right there. Prove me wrong. Bring a book that says that I'm wrong and that I'm a liar and that this is not true. And that's why you guys created that movie Antebellum. Because in that movie, it actually shows how they were treating white folks. Remember, I showed you guys a book of 1830 when there was black slavers. Multitudes of black slavers. Having multitudes of slaves. FBA, FOPI, BHI. Come on, man. Are you telling me that you guys didn't know this shit? Am I that smart or am I that stupid? Wilson's Division and Reunion became a standard university textbook shaping the understanding of 19th century American history. His history of the American people was also widely read and contributed to the public perception of American history. So they're trying to do this again. A history of the Native of the American people, meaning white folks. This is why I'm telling you, they're only fighting for the right to keep the name American because they believe American is freedom. And if they believe and they live and if they lose that freedom, then they're no longer American. You get what I'm saying? Then you no longer have an identity. White and black man. American people have reflected the call. No, actually, white people, because black folks don't even want to get involved. Apparently, they say like, "This ain't our work." Okay, sounds good. You're doing it again, by the way. The history of American people reflect the lost cause ideology, which romanticized the Confederacy and minimized the role of slavery in Civil War. By the way, black and white folks fought for the Confederacy. Both of you motherfuckers fought to keep slaves. Stop lying. Stop lying. The narrative portrays the South's defeat as a tragic loss rather than the victory of freedom and equality. The point being is this. We understand now that they are trying to change the narrative one more time. Let's listen again.
So Donald Trump signed an executive order to the Smithsonian to restore truth and sanity to American history. Let me fundamentalists translate this for you. They're going to claim that slavery wasn't a big deal and it ended all racism in the United States. The civil rights movement wasn't needed. Feminism hurt women. Genocide against Native Americans never happened. And America is exceptional in every single way. And all of the white men who came over here and murdered everyone were the most handsomest, godliest men ever. And America has been blessed because Jesus. So here's what you need to do. History is going to disappear in public spaces. Anything that does not paint America as this exceptional, wonderful, beautiful, not racist at all place is going to disappear. You're going to need some history books in your house, and here's where we're going to start. A People's History of the United States. The True History of the United States. And the Humanity Archive. Make sure you have the information, because if you cannot access information, you cannot combat propaganda, and you cannot tell when anyone is lying. Added bonus, the Reich series by Richard J. Evans, 1, 2, and 3. If you want to know what's going on right now, it's right here, because they also just put a freeze on all libraries. This includes their fundings, their workers. They are going to go through libraries and gut them for all this information. And then my intuition is saying that they're going to defund it and shut down libraries because they cannot deal with an educated population. They won't win. And if you cannot refute their lies, propaganda wins.
Told you. I told you. We're almost done. I got 3 more videos. That's it. Here's a message to you, haters. Let's just be real, bro. You guys have no gratitude. You're selfish. You're ungrateful.
Life of an immigrant in Los Angeles and across this country, but particularly now in our city, is full of uncertainties. For a day laborer going to a Home Depot to seek work, to feed their families, it's full with an ocean of uncertainties. It's not just that you don't know whether you're gonna find a job or not, whether you're gonna get paid or not, whether you're gonna have an accident at the workplace and receive proper medical care or not, is now whether you're going to be essentially arrested, detained, disappeared. Families don't know whether they're going to see their parents when they leave in the morning to go to work. And people don't have any other choice because you have to provide for your family. And yet, these are the very same people that are removing the debris. These are the same people that are remediating the homes of people adjacent to the fires. And yes, these are the people that are going to rebuild Los Angeles. In fact, it's impossible to rebuild Los Angeles without migrant labor. 40% of the workforce in the construction industry is migrant labor, and documented and undocumented. And this is the hypocrisy of what the hypocrisy we're fighting against all over this country. Our country is willing to accept the fruits of migrant labor, but is not willing to accept the humanity of people. The life of
I think those are facts, man. Here goes another message. We're almost done. Thank you for being here, man. Appreciate y'all asking questions too. And not getting offended because I answer a certain way. And she is right. She is right. Definitely right. And I'm going to tell you something. I don't know if you've been watching this channel, but we mention Freemasonry often. Let's continue.
Los Angeles is the heart of the Mexican and Central American community here in the United States. And so they think that if they can break us, they can break anyone in the country. And that's what we know. We cannot afford to fail. The resistance will continue. Whether they keep threatening us or not, we will continue. We're fighting for the righteous, the right to live and to exist and to work and to feed our families. There's nothing extreme about that. We just simply want to work, we want to live, and we want to have a dignified life like anyone else deserves. So we're seeing resistance right now from the people in Gaza resisting and fighting for their lives to us right here on our own historic homeland, our indigenous land here. We're fighting for our lives as well. And we're going to continue to do so, whether it's the police, the National Guard. You know, we don't want violence. We don't want violence. But we also aren't going to sit by and see our people be kidnapped and see our community be attacked by any federal agency or local law enforcement. We won't do it. Los Angeles.
See, you know, it's funny, man, that he mentioned Gaza again. Scriptures talk about two prophets that they hate the most. I'm going to say this right now, family. Canaan is not our people, bro. Y'all need to wake the fuck up. These dudes are wicked. Let's continue. I mean, come on, man. You guys had the truth in your hands. You could have told us the facts. You didn't have to lie to us. But you're no different than Edom. You work the same way. You're deceivers. You were never honest or sincere. And that's the first thing the scriptures talk about. Being honest and sincere.
California is the world's 5th largest economy, richer than France, more influential than India, but there's a quiet force that sustains it that doesn't often make headlines. A force of more than 11 million people who harvest its fields, clean its offices, educate its children, and run its healthcare system. That force, of course, is Mexicans. If we look at official statistics of California's nearly 40 million people, more than 11 million are of Mexican origin. That's equivalent to 1 in 4 Californians. We're not talking about Latinos in general, we're talking about Mexicans, many with citizenship, some with residency, and some more afraid, but all with one thing in common: they keep the most powerful state in the most powerful country in the world running. California, also nicknamed America's Garden, produces more than 50% of all the fruits, nuts, and vegetables consumed in the United States. California's Central Valley, in particular, is one of the most fertile agricultural valleys in the world. Those fields aren't cultivated alone, but by the hands of millions of Mexicans. Strawberries, almonds, grapes, lettuce, tomatoes. Check out these figures. 7 out of 10 farm workers in the United States are Mexican. 2 out of 10 are of Mexican origin but born in the United States, while the remaining 1 out of 10 are usually of Latino origin or not at all Latino. Many will have no papers or rights, but they work 12-hour shifts under the sun for minimum wage. These are jobs that no one else wants to do. Without them, the California supermarket would be empty. Mexicans aren't just in the fields, they're in hotels, construction, and hospitals. In 2023, Mexicans represented 42% of cleaning and maintenance workers, 38% of the food industry, 34% of construction, and thousands are doctors, nurses, teachers, and business people. Without them, the pace of life in California would grind to a halt. The Mexican population in California sends and consumes large sums of money. In the first quarter of 2025, California residents sent $4.414 billion to Mexico in the first 3 months alone, which is equivalent to 22% of all remittances from the United States. However, they previously sent more than $22 billion there, which they directly inject into the economy through rent, food, services, etc. A significant proportion of Mexican immigrants start their own businesses. According to surveys, 1 in 4 immigrants is self-employed, known there as a small business owner. These figures highlight the entrepreneurial dynamism of the Mexican community in California. Their businesses generate thousands of jobs, particularly 500,000 through 815,000 companies, and their remittances help thousands of families on the other side of the border. In addition, Mexicans in California pay billions in taxes each year. Undocumented Mexican immigrants alone contribute more than $2.5 billion in state and local taxes and still do not receive the same benefits as others. While legal Mexicans and their descendants, who make up the largest ethnic group in California, contribute approximately $935 billion to the state's gross domestic product and pay about $83 billion in taxes to California. Geographically, Mexicans are concentrated in the southern and central parts of the state. After Mexico City, Los Angeles is the city with the largest number of Mexicans on the planet, including both Mexicans born in Mexico and their children born in the United States. Approximately 5 million people of Mexican origin reside in its metropolitan area, of whom 1.5 million were born in Mexico. Other pockets of high presence are Imperial, San Diego, Riverside, and areas of the Central Valley, where the percentages of Mexicans far exceed the state average, reaching 85 to 90%. Mexicans have a higher birth rate than other ethnic groups, and in California, the situation is clearer.
That's why they want to get rid of you. The same ones that created Darwinism now are supposedly using replacement theory, but Darwinism says that he chooses certain particular organisms to continually reproduce because they're the strongest organism. You white folks can't have babies. You white folks are aborting each other. Y'all are just horrible people, man. Shit. Hey, is that your video, bro? Is that your video? I hope that, hold on, let me see. Maybe that's your video. You told me to remind you. That's right. Thank you, bro. Thank you. You did tell me. No se te olvidó, güey. You should have texted me that shit, man. Text it to me. Text it to me. Let's continue. I'll play it at the end.
There are 6 times more Mexicans than African Americans. We are many, we are strength, and yet we are
what did he say, bro? Hold
still
on.
invisible.
Hold on a second, Kanan. You need to listen, bro, because without us, you don't even get to eat either.
Average, reaching 85 to 90%. Mexicans have a higher birth rate than other ethnic groups, and in California, the situation is clearer. There are 6 times more Mexicans than African Americans.
You see that? Why do you think these Canaanites are hating, bro? Even the light-skinned ones that are like totally white, but they have a little bit of afro and they think they're black, they're still hating. See what I'm saying, fam? The moment that they lose freedom in America, you're no longer Americans. You guys are back to being Europeans or Africans. Back to the drawing board. You guys forgot about that, huh? You really don't think that we matter in this world, do you? The Israelites are here. We never left. You guys got here. You came here. You stayed here. You ate here. You fed off of us. You robbed, raped us and shit, and we're still fucking here. Let's go.
We are many, we are strength, and yet we are still invisible to many. The Mexican legacy is omnipresent in Californian culture. Nearly 29% of Californians speak Spanish at home, a percentage surpassed only by Texas, which has 30.7%. This demonstrates the language's survival. Mexican cuisine is unquestionable. Thousands of taquerias, markets, and restaurants serve traditional food in every city and town. Regional Mexican music such as mariachi, panda, norteña, and Mexican festivities such as Cinco de Mayo or Mexican Independence Day draw crowds and are part of the state's cultural calendar. Spanish-language media outlets, such as Univision, Telemundo, and the newspaper La Opinión de Los Angeles, dominate the local Latino audience. In education and society, the Mexican presence is also growing. Many schools and universities offer bilingual support programs. More than half of the children and young people in California are Latino, and most of them are of Mexican origin. This means that the future of the state speaks Spanish at home and carries Mexican roots. Perhaps this is what bothers the Trump administration so much, even though the state with the second largest Mexican population, Texas, defines itself as the reddest of the red states, that is, the most Republican and pro-Trump state in the union.
Cuban bees, by the way.
That brings me to my next point. In politics, voters of Mexican origin already have enormous weight. It is estimated that Mexicans and their descendants constitute 8 million eligible Hispanic voters, a quarter of the national total. This electorate determines local, state, and congressional elections. For example, significant Mexican participation was key to the re-election of leaders such as Governor Gabby Newsom, whom Trump has hinted at arresting for obstructing the operations of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE. Since the end of the 20th century until today, Mexican migration has grown again, reinforced by both periods of legal migration.
Hey, he called him Daddy Newsom, huh? Okay, maybe I see what he's doing. Let's continue. Be smart about this, family. Pay attention to everything they say.
And undocumented immigration. This constant influx has consolidated the demographic and cultural role of Mexicans in California, despite episodes of repression and the general rise in the cost of living in the state. California boasts wealth, innovation, and freedom, but without Mexicans there would be no harvest, no industry, no culture, and no future.
Thank you. No industry, no harvest, and no future. No industry, no harvest, and no future. FBA, where you at? Y'all say you built this place. How come you ain't building it? Never see you guys building shit. Matter of fact, you're going around saying the white man ain't gonna make us do certain things. I don't even know why you guys even say that shit. Man, if you're proud of yourselves, I don't give a fuck what I need to do. As long as I can take care of my family, that's all that matters to me. I'm not gonna be all like pinche delicado, güey. Limosnerín con garrotes, cabrones. You don't even make it up, but it's like, I'm not gonna do that. It's very clear that you don't care about your family, your kids, your ego. It's all about the ego with you, Canaan. Now that you're not the attention, now you still want it. And all of a sudden you create videos of like, oh, Hispanics need our help. No, we don't. We've been getting deported for a long time. Once again, you know who needs your help? You're Cuban bees. You're Nicaraguenses. You're Salvadoreños. Because there's a lot of you Canaanites in those towns. That's why they're begging. They're not indigenous. They are true black Latinos.
Esta mexicana le dio a Donald Trump.
No olvidemos que este país no prospera sin el trabajo de nuestra comunidad inmigrante.
Esta admirable joven no solo confrontó con dignidad y firmeza al presidente de los Estados Unidos, sino que también se convirtió en un rayo de esperanza para miles de trabajadores, estudiantes y profesionales que hoy sufren las consecuencias de la ley de deportación promovida por Trump.
Esa niñita prieta mexicana fue aceptada a la universidad número 1 UC Berkeley.
Ari compartió con el mundo que el esfuerzo y los sacrificios de sus padres no fueron en vano. Hoy esta joven se ha graduado con honores en la Universidad de Brooklyn y pronunció un discurso que, sin duda, ha tocado el corazón de quienes atraviesan momentos difíciles.
Let's end it with a joke, man. Sometimes I don't do this shit. You know what I mean? Like, I like jokes, I like comedy, but I'm not really that funny and shit. So let me end it with a joke. And then I'll play some music, and that's it, family. I appreciate you guys being here, man. Thank you for being patient with me. Please don't be offended because I speak a certain way. I don't have anger towards. I may respond to things bluntly, but I'm not like hating. You get what I'm saying? And again, man, I prove all things and I prove friends all the time. That's what you need to do. It takes a long time to get to know somebody. You don't know them in 3 years or 4 years or 5. It takes time. So be patient with each other. You know what I'm saying? Give each other space. Sometimes we get a little bit, quirky and awkward and shit, but just be patient with each other. That's why Zephaniah 2:1 says, gather yourselves together. Because no one else desires you. Check it out.
Because I know I'm kind of a loser. I put people down to feel better about myself.
I'm not bothered by the government abducting and trafficking
Groups because I know I'm kind of a loser. I put people down to feel better about myself.
I'm not bothered by the government abducting and trafficking innocent people because I have no conscience whatsoever. I'm an actual psychopath and a literal menace to society.
Remember I told you that the way you get to know Edom is by learning of serial killers? Because serial killers are psychopaths. So when my wife was the one that showed me this video, she's like, hey, look, they said what you said to me. It's funny, man.
I keep calling people groomers in hopes that no one will notice that I'm the one that's not allowed to be within 1,000 feet of a school.
My own life feels out of control. And instead of addressing it, I try to control what other people are allowed to do in their personal lives.
Seeing myself as a victim is easier than self-improvement. That's why I blame DEI for my career not being where I want it.
I need to put down women in marginalized groups because I know I'm kind of a loser. I put
You see what I'm saying? I'm not kind of a loser. Hold on a second.
Oh, that's gotta hurt!
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on.
Fuck that puto! Fuck that puto!
I'm serious, man. The Jacob's trouble with a little bit of fun. Hold on a second. Let me say it again.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
I told you guys since the get-go of my channel, since I began, that I was never going to go against what we actually know. I told you I'll teach truth and that's it. I'm not going to lie, regardless of how I feel about what I find. So let's analyze this video real quick, and then we're gonna finish it off with some music, and we out. Family, I have a lot of appreciation for you guys supporting me. Thank you very much for your questions. Thank you for being patient with me. Thank you for sharing your scriptures with me. And endure, because we still got a long walk to go.
Y entonces ocurre un fenómeno. Se descubre América. Los primeros esclavos que van al Nuevo Mundo son blancos. Sí, señor, blancos. Y los primeros negros que van al Nuevo Mundo son esos que tenían ya 50 años o más de presencia renovada y que eran negros ladinos y preparados militarmente para la conquista. En la capitulación de Toledo, que firma Francisco Pizarro en Toledo con la reina Juana, en el 29º, otro sí, pide 50 esclavos, entre los cuales debe haber un tercio de hembras, y se aprobó. Esos eran negros ladinos. Y estos negros ladinos ayudaron a la conquista y recibieron los mismos honores o los mismos castigos cuando los indios vencieron que los españoles. Pero los primeros esclavos fueron blancos, porque la esclavitud no reconocía color hasta esa época. Y la prueba está que en el siglo XIII, cuando Alfonso X el Sabio redacta las 7 partidas, en una de ellas, tomando quizá algo del Código Justiniano, dice que no es de natura esclavizar a otro hombre. Entonces la esclavitud casi estaba abolida. Revive con el presidente de América y sin noción de lo que iba a hacer esto se mandan blancos. Ahora, no vamos a decir que los blancos llegaron encadenados. Se mandaba a los blancos por castigos, se sacaban de las cárceles, porque estaban en la inopia y iban en una forma de contratos temporales que ellos mismos pudieran manumitirse. Y 1000 formas diferentes para esclavitud.
If you think I'm lying, we can always set up a day where we can talk about it. Definition of illegals, Jacob's trouble, Arcerith, Yahoo, smallpox, chiwiwis, Khazar serpents, occupied by the wasp, and then Sumarraga in a psychopath. Like I said, you want to get to know Edom? Learn about psychopaths. With that said, family, I appreciate y'all being here. Have a good night.
Mi gente, por ahí andan las noticias que según quieren deportar a toda la raza trabajadora y les hicimos este corrido, compa Kevin.
Para que le pongan oídos, dice más o menos así, compadre. Años tengo trabajando de este lado, buscando el mentado sueño americano.
Los gringos aquí ya no nos quieren, que según les estorbamos.
Se menciona mucho en los noticieros, traen muchos mitotesos del gobierno.
Resulta ya quieren deportarme, en eso no estamos de acuerdo.
Resulta que por ser inmigrante, mi valor es insignificante. Si supieran lo que batallamos para salir adelante.
Ya con día salimos a chambear, no creo que nadie le hagamos mal. Ya quisiera verlos trabajando como lo hace este ilegal. ¿Y qué culpa tenemos nosotros los inmigrantes por querer buscar nuestros sueños? ¡Ánimo, mi gente! Y no se me rajen.
Y así suenan los de la norte, compa Jesús Méndez. Puro elegante récord, mi viejo. ¡Ay, ay, ay!
como mal, pa' que a mi familia nada le pueda faltar.
Se murió mi madre y a mi padre, espero volverlo a mirar.
Canto por mi gente, no se vayan a agüitar, que Diosito es grande y de esta ley nos va a salvar.
No más acuérdense de Florida, nos volvieron a ocupar.
Resulta que por ser inmigrante, mi valor es insignificante. Si supieran lo que hemos sufrido para salir adelante.
Día con día salimos a chambear, no creo que nadie le hagamos mal. Ya quisiera verlos trabajando como lo hace este ilegal.
Mesta isukame Claudia Shemo ya utayu. Shabete ya komera javeni kenam pokayu tita pero yem que ak.
De donde soy no nos rajamos, cualquier tierra la trabajamos.
El sacrificio jamás es en vano, que hasta el espacio hemos llegado.
Where we are from no nos rajamos, and what we dream of lo realizamos. Gran paisano, hermano, amigo, soy mexicano. Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera. Verde, blanco y rojo lo llevo en las venas. Como el águila volamos sin fronteras. Rompemos la malla que separa tierras. Y nacimos con legado de grandeza. Extraño mi rancho, también mi familia, pueblo querido que no se me olvida. Aunque de este lado me trajo la vida, siempre paradela como Pancho Villa. Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera. Verde, blanco, rojo lo llevo en las venas. Como el águila volamos sin fronteras. Rompemos la malla que separa tierras. Y nacimos con legado de grandeza.
A nuestras mujeres y madres inmigrantes, un ejemplo de fuerza y valor. ¡Y que viva México!
Y aunque el acta diga americano, hay en puro mexicano.
Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera. Verde, blanco y rojo lo llevo en mis venas.
Como el águila volamos sin fronteras. Rompemos la malla que separa tierras. Y nacimos con legado de grandeza.
Del mar los vieron llegar, mis hermanos emplumados eran los hombres barbados de la profecía esperada. Se oyó la voz del monarca de que el Dios había llegado y les abrimos la puerta. Por temor a lo ignorado, iban montados en bestias como demonios del mal iban con fuego en las manos y cubiertos de metal. Solo el valor de unos cuantos les opuso resistencia y al mirar correr la sangre se llenaron de vergüenza, porque los dioses ni comen ni gozan con lo robado. Y cuando nos dimos cuenta ya todo estaba acabado y en ese error entregamos la grandeza del pasado y en ese error nos quedamos 300 años esclavos. Se nos quedó el maleficio de brindar al extranjero nuestra fe, nuestra cultura, nuestro pan, nuestro dinero, y le seguimos cambiando oro por cuentas de vidrio y damos nuestras riquezas por sus espejos con brillo. Siglo XX nos siguen llegando rubios y les abrimos la casa y los llamamos amigos, pero si llega cansado un indio de andar la sierra, lo humillamos y lo vemos como extraño por su tierra. Hipócrita que te muestras humilde ante el extranjero, pero te vuelves soberbio con tus hermanos del pueblo. Oh, maldición de Malinche, enfermedad del presente, ¿cuándo dejarás mi tierra? ¿Cuándo harás libre a mi gente?
Chicanos killing Chicanos is what they want. Blacks and Chicanos killing each other is what they want. That's how they run this place. Once we get together, they don't run shit. You got a lot to learn about being Chicano.
Yeah, Alcatraz, midget loco. Yeah. They never seen this coming, man. What up, Loom? What up, Oreo? 500 years of captivity. What else? Now they tryna tell us how we supposed to be, how we supposed to act, how we supposed to rap. How I'm brown but my flow too black. Come on, y'all kidding me, right? Nike Air Flights fitted cock back fresh. Representando Mexicanos on the map. No estoy jugando, got bars like I battle on Smack. But hold on, I'ma bring it right back. My people indigenous. I'm not sure if you getting this. By the time I'm done, you gon' be feeling this. I come from the people they call Meshiacha. I've been to the motherland, Chichen Itza. Seen the Mayan ruins, intellectual architects. Been in the cenote, seen ancient artifacts. Really? Cali is Mexico, those are the facts. They raped women, gave elders heart attacks. It was a battle, our people were outgunned. Took life and cattle, we were outdone. However, 2 wars proudly we take to the grave. Those we call our Independence Day. It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on our ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down.
Story with Mexicans, Mexicano. Gave birth to the world was Chicanos. Aztec warrior, man, it's all in my blood. From the Tenochtitlan, that's the heart of the love. Now I'm Mexico City, that's a modern day name. Don't let the books confuse you to be a modern day slave. Gotta get your facts right and study the culture. Don't be like Cortez, he came like a vulture. Came to just steal and take away the land. He seen what we got and he was like, damn, who would've guessed it had to be a white man? Damn again, now we got stolen lands. They say go back to where the fuck you from. Man, this is my land, that's what you stole from us. I'm not Hispanic or Latino, I'm a Mexican. Man, fuck La Milicia, you can have that bitch.
It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on the ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, we're brown and proud. Mexicano, we're brown and proud. Mexicano, we're brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down, yeah.
When I think of all the years I struggled without complaining, like when I came here walking all the way from Michoacan, and what your mother went through to bring you back when you were a baby, so you grew up to be a man with respect. Don't you have any pride? ¿Tienes conciencia? ¿No tienes dignidad? Fuck la dignidad! Fuck it, and fuck your struggle. You think anybody cares about it here? Huh? Not la dignidad. And it don't matter how you get it, as long as you get it. I wanna be like no Mexican. You think for 1 minute I wanna spend all fucking day pulling up weeds and mowing lawns? You got another thing coming, a la chingada con eso.
It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on the ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down, yeah.
Yeah. Oye, es nada más y nada menos que el motherfucker Blasphemite de Plaza de Kings. Estos bebés son Big Papo, dude. No sean rebeldes, deje el revolú. Yo no me quede, yo me hospede junto a Belzebú. No me remete, plebe, no soy leve como tú. Si hay algo que no muere, eso es el hip hop Perú. Y peto, perico, te traje una chica perica. Atrás te voy a mostrar como dos monstruos rap trafican. No trate ni trepe, solo trote, señorita. Tratre, que tra, donde la sangre salpica. Se aplica, te explica, replica. ¿Pa' qué? Aplica, practica, suplica, con fe. A mi perro grita, yo lo mataré. Tu madre llora y canta la bandeja, flow peregrina, chivolo propina, ina, hacen base, mejor coja vaselina, no imagina, mi vida fuera de una esquina, yo solo quiero más chavo pa' comprar más chilindrina, gira, que somos puros animales rompiéndote todos los cristales, repete señales que a ti no te sale, ¿qué pasa compadre? Somos naturales, voy a llenar todas las editoriales, rate de mi huevo pa' los tribunales, tú eres un antianal, yo experto en artesanales, yeah, se me afaga la cimaita, sopló.
Terco 92 P09 está en la casa, barrio. Escucha bien. Así se hace, Yo. Tengo problemas de actitud y poca paciencia. Hablo si me da la gana, nadie me silencia. No quieren aceptar que pa' muchos soy influencia. La voz de los barrios que llega a tocar tu conciencia. Yo sé que muchos quieren llegar a ser tendencia y hacen lo que sea sin pensar en las consecuencias. Es la diferencia, yo mantengo mi esencia y ustedes por pegar han cambiado hasta de apariencia. Y no es que lo diga yo, pero la gran evidencia es que cambian de personalidad con frecuencia. Y no son locos con inteligencia, solo quieren un poco de atención con insistencia. No presumo en nada, hago todo a mi conveniencia. Por eso te doy una sugerencia: conmigo no busquen competencia, que llevo 10 años ganándole a la vida y lo sabe la audiencia. La firme que ocurrencia, ¿cómo pueden joder sin prudencia? No se dan cuenta que mi experiencia es a base de exigencia. Mi trabajo es con independencia y el de otros de un productor depende de su permanencia. Sigo firme en la resistencia, dándole más rap en el track hasta por correspondencia. Que muchos disques evolucionaron, no es coincidencia. El dinero y la fama hizo que pierdan su decencia. Terco 92, cuando quieras, donde quieras.
¿Cómo? Sí. He aprendido sobrevivir de las maldades, comprendiendo que nada es como tú sabes. Pa' decir verdad la lucho a diario. No me critiques, no me justifico, siempre hago lo que predico. Soy de barrio y rico en talento. De una me sacan por mi forma de ser y mi acento en el yauca. Mi gente la está rompiendo por ser parte de este movimiento. Quiero saludar a las personas que nunca confiaron en mí, que hoy por hoy se paltean cuando me ven venir. Bye bye motherfuckers en estas líneas. Bye bye a fluir. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street. Yo. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street. Hey, 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 oh, yeah. Hey. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 es la torita aquí en la casa, primo.
Yo, comentando, ¿qué dicen? Sí, ¿qué cuentan? Ya, escúchame, ya. Los medios cuentan que si hay libertad de prensa, la mordaza es cosa escasa y todos dicen lo que piensan. Y esa sutil es impresa y repetida diariamente tiene contenta tu mente con yo soy combate y fiesta. Presta el control, Tarantino no es tan gore como los crímenes de amor que a toda hora se nos muestra. Pues tal vez la estrategia impuesta, pánico en el público y manejarás el cuestapal. Político en vez de patrullas se vende camilla para un hospital, como si esa mierda de tombo no diera seguridad. No será casualidad que el otro dueño del canal sea el otro sobrino pero bueno de un primo hermano pariente papá. Que esa nostalgia no es noticia, su codicia se evidencia. Propicia violencia y plástico, panémicas, belleza. Fútbol, patriotismo, falso, culos, vasos de cerveza. Pelea cáncer pa' tu mesa y el domingo en misa pesa. Sobre su cabeza pesa el atraso mental del pueblo. Oposición vendió trasero, dictador, grupo Romero. Pero se confundieron acá, la palabra es cruda. Autoeducación en camino se afloja la lucha a través de cultura. Es como genera de uno, tal vez otro loco se suma. Ya saben, cortina de humo que explota la mina que mata la cuna. Primo, vengo que trate la friuna, no una pura canción de aventura. Así no censura, emite basura, no le conviene que sepa verdura. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. ¿Qué? Hay extorsiones, robo, violaciones, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará.
Sensacionalismo, amigo eterno de la prensa, el mismo que forjó al humano sumiso, callado y muestra. En el noticiero, en el artículo del diario, la vida de una bebé que poco invierte
al vecindario.
Sirven como fieles feligreses a oscuro intereses, mienten todo el día, crían, crean solo estupideces. La historia afirma, indica que siempre negaron información alternativa que todo pueblo merece. A cada instante pareciera su labor asesinar una memoria colectiva que hace una nación, con una prensa cómplice que juega con humor, desconociendo ese dolor que nos dejó ese dictador. Cortina de humo es su mejor función, para apartarte de la fuente harán de todo. Pues miró, hoy como venderte el culo de Sharon Stone, cagándose en tu derecho a la objetiva información. El narco, el almirante, el presidente, el congresista, algún ministro, algún delegado, de seguro es el patrón de ese periódico morboso y amarillo que al leerlo 2 minutos te vuelve en un show. Los medios son culpables, responsables de toda propaganda basura que te ofrece la TV. Pues será mejor que se autoeduque, pues my friend, porque el comercio de los medios te carcome hasta las 100.
Hay violaciones, extorsiones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará.
CPF.
Con la fe. Ajá. La promoción lunática. Na, 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 na. Ey, ey.
para dónde es que se van? Cuando por una tonta razón se van aquellos que más quieres. Pregunto para dónde irán. Es uno menos en el barrio y uno más para el recuerdo. De pocos a pocos mi gente se desvanece, pero casi siempre son los que no lo merecen. La muerte de un inocente, lo sabe la gente, pero nadie dice que él se lo llevó. Se rompió el corazón, lágrimas de madre, sangre en sus manos y no lo comprende el padre. Recuerda que la vida no tiene un valor y grita al cielo, mejor recógeme a mi Señor. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente.
Dime dónde están los que desaparecieron, los que no volvieron, los que de uniforme se vistieron. ¿Dónde están los que ya no están del soldado Juan, que una bala traspasó su cuerpo con el ruido de una? Son historias como mi prima Gloria, que su cuerpo no aparece pero queda su memoria. Niña de 5 años que su aliento ya es agónico, encuentra cuerpo pero envuelto está en periódicos. La vida es una tumba que la suerte te depara, la muerte está en la mano de aquel hombre que dispara. Padre que espera a su hijo que vive en la urbe, pero al día siguiente lo recogerá en la morgue. Se cuentan horas, días y también los calendarios. Primo, nadie sabe si caerás en cementerios, como mi amigo Mario que jugaba a ser sicario, hasta mató a su hermano y lo tomó como algo serio. Se cuentan horas, días y también las estadísticas. Para la policía un expediente más en balística. La lista aumenta y también el desenfreno, como aquel niño que golpeado en el hogar se siente ajeno. Le pone freno y toma la decisión, sacando la pistola de su padre en el cajón. Su lápida ahora pinta: hijo mío, te queremos, y la muerte nos permite, algún día nos veremos.
Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente. ¿Dónde van? ¿Dónde? Dime dónde van las almas que se pierden en el camino de la vida. ¿Dónde van? Dime dónde van. Se detienen pulsos, otros por impulsos para el diván. Penas que se cuentan en la esquina, cuidado con la neblina que la muerte se avecina por la acera. Joven estudiante muere en una balacera. Otro lío de pandillas que en el diario aparecerá. La vida se desaparece como el humo de un cigarro, loco disparando desde un carro. Otra vida que se pierde bajo el cielo gris. No se puede ser feliz cuando gente muere en un desliz. Como Marco que soñaba con ser narco, viajar en barco y olvidarse de las penas en su cuarto. Pero cada vez que parcha ya se siente harto, y su corazón marchito marcha para el infarto. Almas en oferta como verdad, que se acuesta en una cama pero en otra se despierta. Son 14 años y ya perdió la niñez. Se desaparece un viernes y no regresa en 2 o 3. Coleccionando amores sin importancia a los rumores. Malos menores sin temores y sin valores, deambulando en cada city, con el futuro a convertirse en un graffiti. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, Quieren pensar sin ni siquiera
quiere estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Los veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinten. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirás siempre de fin de.
Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños mueren cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico. Dicen que invento lo del engaño, y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones. Pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores, antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar.
Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Oh. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido, no, no. Todos repiten lo que dice el referente, discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes, que investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo,
Estamos aquí, oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronado con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo Calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Man sabunek distinguish impaltik molai kachi. Yedele ilah peh oltahma tulakalone esh. Talokane maatanu helves kuba. Snamora hatuma. Leken tokon yetelobe. Mish viking ken tuklo ukanatslo titalokan. Likitalokan! Likitalokan!
The real estate market.
Y cal, hijo, abre los ojos. Cuerpo queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea su fuerza. Desde aquí dominamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros antes de la gran. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.